Hi, guys. I should be live now. Hoof. What's going on? We are waiting for Lilith to arrive. I think she'll be here in the next minute or so. It's okay. I'm just adjusting. I'm adjusting something here. Yeah, okay. I gotta turn that off. All right, that should be good. What's going on, everyone? Yeah, I'm just gonna have a sip, as always. Oh, that's good. Seems like Lilith's here. I did change the start time, yeah. Let me turn on my my headphones here. Do a quick test. Test. Okay. I'm going to grab Lilith. Of course, I've put the invite out to Sargon and Arch and V and Discordia, but I think they're all in bed right now. Unfortunately. Where's Lilith? Here. Jesus. Okay, here she is. Can I move to recording? There it is. Hey, Lilith. You there? Ah, she's muted. She's muted. I guess we'll just give it a second. How's it going, guys? So, what's up, everyone? Are you guys all excited for the exact same result that we had last time? Are you all excited for that? Just give me a second, all right? Let me adjust something. Oh. Okay. There we go. All right, Lilith, are you here? Let's see. Let's see if I set things up correctly. Jeb landslide incoming? Are you kidding me? Good old Jeb. I bet you, con majority, I send you another tenner. Yeah, see, I think the Liberals are going to get a minority again. It'll be the exact same. Jeez, I wonder what's going on here. Come on, Discord, cooperate with me. Edit channel. Permissions. Yeah. Okay. All right. Fucking hell. God damn it. Connect. Speak. Please work. Okay, how about that? Let's see if that works. I wonder if I can just like manually unmute you. Did someone's server mute you? What the hell? What? All right, here. There, I somebody's server muted Lilith on my server for some reason. Probably just as a troll. Can you unmute yourself now, Lilith?
Hello? Do you hear me?
Yes. How's it going?
Awesome. I don't know what happened.
Let me just turn you down a little bit on my end. No, you know what it was? I think somebody, because I don't think you ever talk in my server, right? So I think somebody, as a joke, server muted you.
Oh no. Oh, funny one. They sure got me.
Mm. Mm.
Sorry, Dev.
Very good. Very good. Actually, here I have to shill slightly before we start. Okay. Here, just give me a second. Let me properly set this up. I want to announce this to as many people in my community as possible. So actually, shit, I didn't even shill this video on Discord. Maybe I'll do that right now, real quick. All right, hold on. Election stream done. Give everyone a good @everyone ping to annoy them. Okay, so just give me a second. Before we start talking about the election, I want to shill one thing in my community first. You know, it's not even Game Boomers. If you guys want to watch my Twitch channel, go ahead. It's not the Game Boomers thing this time. Though you should watch that.
Yes.
And give all the money. Okay, so.
Hand over the shekels.
All right, so. Just give me a second. Come on, internet. Here we are. Okay. All right. Screen. Here we are. So, one of the things that we have going in... Oops. What am I doing? Did I just not know how to, like, control video games anymore? I guess I don't. Oh.
Fucking boomer. It's okay. I have to do a boomer thing to myself.
So basically, this is the Minecraft server, which is something that you guys helped funded. And one thing that we're doing is someone put the portal right here. Jeez. This is the Halloween Minecraft map for the SFO Minecraft server. We're doing a community event here, all right? It's a challenge map, all right? You have basically until October 31st. Anyone can log on. The information's in the Discord. You can log in, and you have until October 31st to build a Halloween-themed build. You know, a mansion or a castle or something. And I'm going to stream it. I'm going to stream all of your guys' builds, and we're going to give out awards to the person who has the best build. And so that's the challenge.
That's so Jekyll.
Yeah. If you there's a rule board here. Basically, if you like Minecraft and you want to join the SFO Minecraft server and check it out, all you have to do is here at spawn. This is the spawn, right? You go from spawn, you follow the obvious orange carpet out of the main spawn area to the giant pumpkin, and you go inside the mouth of the giant pumpkin, and it'll teleport you to the challenge map. So we like to do community events in my community on this server every once in a while, and we're doing a Halloween one right now. Who put a dog in here? All right. So yeah, if this is the kind of thing that interests you, hop into the SFO Discord, hop into the SFO Minecraft server, and we have a lot of fun on here. All right. So
is this just Halloween or is anything scary goes? Because if you want to talk about scary, what if people start, deciding that Auschwitz is scary, and they built one in your thing? What then?
I'm not going to ban people for building Auschwitz, but it's gonna. I think someone actually already built one.
Oh no! Of course somebody already did.
You just give me a second. Xaver, I was just in there, and I was in there yesterday, you fucko. All right, okay. We're going to read some of the super chats as we go, guys, in between lulls in reporting. And I guess the first thing we should do, actually, is check out how things currently look. All right?
Let's go.
Here, I'll bring in the screen capture. And Lilith, If you, this is one of the sources I'm using if you want to look along. Is there? Yeah, okay, here we go. And here it is. Okay. So for those of you who don't know, I think this law is still in effect, but I don't think anybody follows it anymore. But basically, until the entirety of Canada has voted, you legally cannot report on the election. And the idea is, like, if someone, if people hear that a party is winning out on the East Coast, that might affect people's voting preferences on the West Coast. They might vote a little bit differently because, oh God, our guys are losing, we got to do something different. Or our guys are winning, we can afford to do something else. So it's kind of a dumb law. It doesn't really make sense in the era of social media because people just do it anyway. They just post on Twitter, right? And it's gotten to the
So,
point that I
are we
think,
technically breaking the law by reporting it?
yeah, probably, but I don't care. I did it last time. Everyone's been doing it for the past decade, and no one's been prosecuted. People just don't care anymore. But
Hey, well, if they prosecute you, they gotta prosecute everybody. So, and I'm American, so I don't live by your authoritarian laws. Da 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 da.
you live by your own authoritarian laws, though.
Yes, we do. We live by Biden's authoritarian law, but not Trudeau's, which is well, I guess arguably they could give and take, you know.
Ah, man, I did that video on Trudeau a couple days ago. Did you see it? Have you watched through that one yet?
I have actually. I watched through your video today in preparation for this one because, as a ignorant American, I don't know that much about Canadian politics aside from that Trudeau seems to be very authoritarian and very cringe.
Yeah. So, what? How do you enjoy it?
Well, it turns out that Trudeau is a lot more corrupt than I previously thought he did. I knew he would. He had some scandals from down here, but I didn't know to which extent and to how bad it actually was.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So here's the preliminary results. Okay, the island of Newfoundland has four. They're not called districts in Canada. What are they called? Not counties. Fuck. What are they called? Ridings. That's right. They have four. It's all the same thing, just different names. But they have four ridings in the island. Labrador has one riding, and then there's one riding reporting, or two ridings. It looks like reporting from somewhere in Nova Scotia. And so these are preliminary results because it's like a lightened red for the liberals and a lightened blue for the conservatives. As soon as the colors become dark red and dark blue or orange or whatever the party that is going on, they get locked in. So right now the projection is for the first 6 seats is that the conservatives are up 3 and the liberals are down 3 of the first 6 that have come out. But that doesn't mean anything because there's like 300 races happening right now. I did catch the new blackface picture. It's in the it's in the thumbnail of the stream, dude.
Yep,
So
they
so
released a sequel.
it's actually like one of 10 because well Trudeau's education is primarily in like the liberal arts, and he spent some time as a drama teacher in high school. And I mean, I don't. People like to denigrate that, like, oh, you're a drama teacher, you can't be a politician. It's like, not necessarily, But at the same time, when you're a drama teacher or you're somebody working in the arts, you end up doing stuff that might hamper your future political aspirations. You know what I mean? Like, I've never been in blackface, but I did take some drama classes in school, and I've definitely dressed in drag several times. I'm not
Oof.
ashamed. I'm not ashamed of it, but like I wouldn't do it now. But it was for a part, I think I don't think people should have things that they do for a part held against them. But like if you're going to die on the cross of progressivism, you can't have blackface in your history. You just can't.
Y- Yeah, no, that's. I mean, they say that about racist Looney Tune cartoons. It wasn't okay then. It's not okay now, and I think it's fair to feel similar that way about Trudeau's
Yeah.
behavior
Well, also,
because he preaches everything about being like all woke and progressive, and then you know you have that in his closet, and it's
Yeah,
kind of
yeah. And the thing is, like, I actually don't like blackface is kind of dumb, but I don't really care. Like, do I think, for example, people who have done blackface in comedic roles are like just like diehard racist? No, no, it's a joke, it's a role, like whatever. You know what I mean? It
It's
shouldn't.
really funny to point out the times they did, though.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Um, so what do you know about how Canadian politics or the parliamentary system works?
So it seems like as America has like the two-party system, Canada has similar but more parties, but it still boils down to two parties anyways, it seems like.
Sometimes, but not necessarily, because we still have first past the post, and the main reason Trudeau got elected in 2015 is because he was going to implement progressive voting. I think it is preferential voting rather than first past the post voting. And then he just backed off on it. As soon as he realized that like it would cost the Liberals a bunch of seats, he backed off on it.
Of course you would.
Yeah.
I heard you mention it in your video about Trudeau. He ran on election reform, and what's the one thing he didn't do? Election reform.
Oh, it's not the one thing he didn't do, but it's the big one. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's funny because like 2 days ago, when it kind of came out that he might not be looking so hot, he's like, "I'll do it this time, guys." It's like, yeah, are you sure?
He'll do it this time. It's like Joe Biden talking about how he'll fix America after being in power for 40 years.
Yeah.
I'll fix America this time.
So let's just see here. So the idea of preferential voting is that you basically take your the candidates that are on the list and you rank them in order. So if there's 5 candidates, you say first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. And so if your first candidate is knocked out of the race, then your vote goes towards the person you put in second. And the idea is that this is supposed to get a more accurate vote because people don't feel like they're wasting their ballot on a smaller candidate, if that makes sense. And there's some pros and cons to using that system, but that was what he ran on. He said he would do this. It was popular in 2015, and then he didn't do it because he realized the Liberals would lose a shit ton of seats to smaller parties. So he's kind of he shot himself in the foot, and then everyone forgot. And then 2 days before the election, he's like, "I'll do it this time." And I'm like, "Why would you bring it up again? Why would you bring up your greatest failure again?"
There's no way he is going to do that, especially if he was handed the win. I
Mm-hmm.
have high doubts. Pressing X to doubt here.
Mm-hmm. Especially since in 2015 he had a majority government, and this time he had a minority. So, because
So
you're
there's even less reason for it to do that then.
yeah, yeah. So because you're an American, you probably don't know. I'm just assuming here because this is kind of how Americans roll. That the parliamentary system works like in a fundamentally different way than the American Republican system. Because Trudeau occupies a space in the structure in the civil structure of the government that is analogous to Nancy Pelosi, the American Speaker of the House. The idea is whichever party wins the most seats in the House of Commons, they above 50%, they form a government, they pass the year's budget, and then the leader of the party becomes the prime minister. And so the House of Commons is kind of like your Congress, and Trudeau is kind of like Nancy Pelosi, but Nancy Pelosi is not the leader of the government. She's just the leader of the Congress, right?
Sounds like a little bit similar to the British model.
Yep. The difference though is that the Canada has, rather than a House of Lords, we have a Senate as our second house, like the Americans. And the Canadian Senate is a weird mix of the American Senate and the House of Lords, because the House of Lords, and everyone's like, "Oh, feudalism, monarchy, it's terrible. Lords, awful." Yeah, fair enough. It's not democratic, but the
What
idea,
is the House of Lords?
the House of Lords is basically where people who have like old titles still hold some power. But the purpose of the House of Lords has always been to balance against the House of Commons, because Commons means common people, Lords means the aristocracy. The idea is that as important as democracy is, and as important as the needs of the common people are, you know, the unfortunate truth that no one likes to say is that sometimes common people don't know certain things that those who are in power for longer periods of time do. They don't know how to govern. They don't know larger issues that might affect the entire nation. They only know what's going on in their town or in their city, right? So the idea is that the House of Lords is supposed to be a reasonable balance where it's like, okay, all the people want this. So the House of Lords look at it and they're like, yeah, but if we do this, it'll like bankrupt us and destroy the economy, or it'll do something like bad on a larger scale, and so they have to like they have to come to an agreement. That's the point of the two houses. And so in Canada, because we don't have lords in Canada, this is not a feudal nation.
Are
It's
the representatives voted in, or did they get in by some kind of other process?
The representatives in the Senate, like the House of Lords, they're there for life. And so what the Canadian Senate is often referred to as is the House of sober second thought. So if something is too crazy, the Canadian Senate will shoot it down. But unlike the House of Lords, it's not like a landed title thing. Rather, they are represented proportionally to the House of Commons. So basically, what that means is like if there's so many seats that are open in the Canadian Senate, and then you have the House of Commons that has a certain proportion um, of various parties that are in power. Generally, you'll get some kind of proportionality in the Senate reflecting the current proportionality of the House of Commons. Generally, so it's not quite democracy, but it's also not lordship either. And generally, what like for example, there was that recent thing happening where they wanted to fine people for online hate speech for like $15,000 or $14,000 in Canada. It was the Canadian Senate that said this is ridiculous. We're not voting on it. Because even though it was popular in the House of Commons, the Canadian Senate is the place where like people are generally more rational. Because the idea is that if you're there for life, you don't have to worry about getting reelected. So the idea is that you're supposed to be less corruptible and less you sway less with the political winds of the day, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but that could go also the opposite too, when
Hmm.
with people having more time to focus on their own interests and making sure, you know, their friends and their people gets ahead.
No, yeah, I agree. It's the same problem with like the American Supreme Court justices.
Yeah, or even the Senate or House, really, since a lot of the politicians keep getting reelected, so it's almost like a lifetime deal, except
Yeah,
they just have to worry about every few years. But, you know, the incumbent almost always wins.
yeah. In a lot of seats, that's how it is. The incumbent almost always wins. So, despite us having a first past the post system, the same way that America does, we actually have six relevant political parties. So we have the Liberals, and for like if you went back 20 years, the Liberals were like a solidly neoliberal centrist party, and nowadays they're like a progressive party. You have the Conservatives, and the Conservatives about 20 years ago they were kind of analogous to America's Republicans, and now the Conservatives are like the solid centrist party, which is just fucking strange to me. Um, you have the New Democrats. The New Democrats are just the communists. They've always been just the communists, but that's just how it is. You have the Bloc, and the Bloc are the Quebec separatists. Even though their economic policy is somewhat left leaning, they're hyper nationalistic for Quebec separatism. Um, you have the Greens, and the Greens are the same as the Greens everywhere. They're the environmentalist party. They generally get like one or two seats. And then you have the People's Party, and the People's Party is Mad Max's party, and that is the new right, the right wing populist party, our equivalent of that.
So the People's Party, even though it sounds very communistic, it's actually far right, is what you're saying.
I mean, everyone calls it far right, But to be honest, it just seems like the conservatives of 20 years ago. There's not much difference, you know?
They haven't called for genocide then, is what you're saying.
No, they have not.
Oh, sweet.
See, it's kind of strange because like you always hear, especially from like online talking heads, you hear stuff like nationalism is a right wing ideology, and yet Canadian nationalism is very left wing. So I don't think nationalism is inherently right wing. Canadian left is the nationalism in Canada is generally revolves around, well, we're not American. We're not those racist bigot gun toters down there. So Canada good. And like there's a heavy nationalistic streak on the Canadian left. Um Here we go. Okay, so the first confirmed seat actually came in, and that is a Liberal seat.
Of
Let's see.
course.
And I think it's one like a lot of these seats are kind of yeah, it's St. John's. Okay, a lot of these seats are kind of set. Like we know which way they're going to lean because they've leaned that way for a long period of time. I don't think there's going to be any real upsets in this election. So
So Emperor Trudeau stays on his Iron Throne.
probably, to be honest, probably. So here's the situation. Okay, in a parliamentary system, if you're at least in Canada's parliamentary system, if you get more than 50% of the seats in the House of Commons, your government lasts for 4 years. I thought it was 5, it's actually 4. You are locked into power for 4 years. Now, if you have a minority government, if your party is the biggest party, but you don't have half, you have to get the consent of enough seats from other parties to form government. Generally what happens is that because people go like 40% liberal, 40% conservative, 25% New Democrat, and then the rest goes to whoever else, independents and other small parties. What has happened generally is that when the libs or the cons have had a minority government, they have had to bargain with the New Democrats. The New Democrats have never held power, but they've been kingmaker quite a bit. And so what happens in that situation is you can stay in power for 4 years, but if you lose the consent of that smaller party you're governing with, then an election is called. That's generally what happens, okay? Oh, 40, 40, 25. I meant like 30, 30. Sorry. I terribly fucked up the math on that. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean, right? Like 2 large parties, 1 smaller party that's still relevant. Like that kind of thing. You guys know what I mean. I know I fucked up the math. I'm sorry. Okay.
Not so problem.
Yeah. Okay, 40, 40, 15. How's that? Canadian math. Yeah. Okay, so
It's pretty good, eh?
pretty good. So usually what ends up happening is that if you have a minority government and you fuck up too much, that those other seats that aren't part of your party withdraw their consent, and then you kind of you fall apart basically, and then you have to then an election is called. That didn't happen this time. Nobody wanted this election. Nobody had a problem with how people have problems, but not enough of a problem to want an election to happen. Trudeau dissolved his own government even though he was actually in a pretty strong position politically. He dissolved his own government and he called an election, and there's no reason for it. It honestly seems like he just wanted to get another majority, and it really appeared to in the eyes of just the regular public to be a naked power grab, and he burnt all of his political capital trying to justify why he did this. And so he's like, hey, no, we have to, no, guys, it's okay, guys. And it's like, holy fuck, are you serious? Like, why did you do this? In
Yeah, that seems a bit baffling as an American. It's like, or I guess even not even as an American, it's baffling as a Canadian for you.
mm-hmm.
Um, so power grab, you mentioned. What could he stand to gain from doing this other than just seeming like a disgusting flex on everybody?
Well, if he manages to get a majority, that's guaranteed 4 more years of power, and it makes it a lot easier to get done what he wants to get done because he doesn't have to negotiate with other people. He just has to make sure his own party um, votes his way. So
How many
it'll be like
how
from
many years did
2015.
he have left with his previous term?
Well, that's the thing. When it's a minority government, the terms don't really matter because the government can fall at any time. Like he on paper he had 4 years, but a minority government almost never lasts 4 years. It usually falls apart before then. So, like, okay, here. So in 2015, he ran against Stephen Harper, who had been in power for about 10 years, and he was a competent prime minister. But people had kind of gotten tired of him. Like he was good, but like it was time to go. It was time for something new. And he was riding on basically the success of his looks and his father's good name because Pierre Trudeau is a well loved Canadian prime minister. And so he ran and won a majority in 2015. He governed, pretty poorly, to be honest. In 2019, the mandatory election was called. And even though all of his opponents were in disarray, he went from majority government to minority government. The conservative leader at the time was absolutely terrible. The New Democrat leader at the time was not very good either, and none of the other parties mattered. And now he calls an election at a time where his government is unpopular, where regardless of how you personally feel about the coronavirus, most Canadians think that calling an election during the coronavirus pandemic was highly irresponsible. When the Conservatives have a stronger leader, when the New Democrats have a stronger leader, and when the People's Party, the upstart party, is polling at 3 times higher than it was in 2019. So this was the absolute worst time he could call an election, and he calls one. I genuinely don't understand.
Uh, well, let's see how it works out for him, I guess.
Well, this is the thing. Like, for this to be a win for him, he has to win a majority. If he comes out with the exact same thing he had before, and he basically burnt all of his political capital for nothing. It's
So he's taking a real gambit here. Then.
yeah, but it's a mind-boggling, like, it's mind-boggling how stupid it is.
Hubris, it feels like.
Yeah, I think he just he started just huffing his own farts, you know. Okay, yes, the NDP did keep their leader, but Jugmeat is now more well known, and even though I don't like him, he's more well liked among his own party.
So who is he running against?
So on the Conservatives, there's O'Toole, and O'Toole he's a very generic conservative kind of guy, balance the budget, reduce spending where we have to, help small businesses. A very normal conservative platform, right? For the New Democrats, he's running against Jagmeet Singh, who is a fucking communist. Like there's, okay, it's not just that he's a communist. He's also a Sikh nationalist, and he's been desperately trying to hide his pre-political past, where he's gone to like these rallies and he's talked about how like the Sikh people are superior and shit, and it's like, holy fuck, Jesus.
Ooh.
Um.
Well, that turban gives them power. Apparently, I'm gonna guess that's why he thinks they're superior. Well, you don't know. They might have superpowers. Maybe they really are supreme.
He's hiding like his power core inside of it or something.
Yeah.
For the Bloc, the thing with the Bloc is that they run in federal elections, but they never intend to win because they only field candidates in Quebec. Their purpose is basically to represent Quebec interests on the national stage. The Green Party, okay, so in the last election, the Green Party was headed up by Elizabeth May. And Elizabeth May is the reason that the Green Party actually won like 3 seats or something, because she is charismatic and popular. And even though I don't agree with her politics, she sticks to them, and she's principled. She's clean, you know? Meanwhile, she retired because
Wow.
she was getting old. She retired. She had enough politics. And the person that took over the Green Party is a fucking nightmare. is is this fucking nightmare who like is like purging people from the party that she's fighting with, and like she's destroying the party. The Green Party is fucked now. I don't think they're getting a single fucking seat this time around. Um,
Oof. I
and then
guess, like in America, the Green Party can't escape from streaks of
yeah,
crazy leaders.
yeah, pretty much. The and the People's Party, Mad Max's party. The thing is, Maxime Bernier has been a lifelong conservative. He was in the Conservative Party for like 30 years. He was part of Harper's cabinet. He's done important things in the government. He's not just some like loony who came out of nowhere. But he always represented the more libertarian part of the Conservative Party, and eventually and basically he lost the conservative leadership to a clearly corrupt shithead in Andrew Scheer. And he said, you know what, fuck it. This party is fucked. I'm making my own party, and so he did. And he had like enough connections and enough ideas of how to run a campaign that he actually did okay. You know, for a new party that sprung out of nowhere, he polled
With
at like
blackjacks and hookers.
yep, he polled at like 3%, which is actually good. It's on par with the Greens when they took like 10 years to get there. He did it in like 8 months. And now the People's Party is polling at anywhere between 7 and 9%, which is like half of the New Democrats. And actually, what makes the People's Party interesting is because of their more libertarian stances. They're the only party that is against the vaccine passport scheme. Even the conservatives aren't against it. And even though I'm not going to sit here and be like, purple wave, guys, they're going to win, it's going to be amazing. No. But there are a lot of reports now that people who don't normally vote, people who are apolitical, people who haven't voted in 10 or 20 years, they're voting for the People's Party because and they are one issue voters. They do not want to have to deal with mandatory vaccine passports. So I do kind of think that in the long run, the People's Party support might actually evaporate once coronavirus is done with. But for now, there is a legitimate surge happening.
Hmm. But that wouldn't that also work against the conservatives' favor if they're taking votes away from them?
Yes, they are. There's definitely a sense that just like how the leftist vote is cut between the Liberals and the New Democrats, the rightist vote is being cut between the Conservatives and the People's Party. There's definitely that sense. But there's also some polling that shows that the People's Party are taking from everyone. Like they've taken Green voters, they've taken Bloc voters, they've taken Liberal and New Democrat voters, and they've taken people who don't usually vote because they have become a one-issue party. And that issue is vaccine passports.
So, like, is your most of your government just on board with the vaccine passport thing by now?
Yep, just straight up. Yep. They're
Oh
like,
no.
yes, scan the phones, you cucks. Scan the phones to go into a restaurant.
Control me, daddy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. Alberta, hold on, something from Torvar. Alberta polls were showing 60% conservative, 30% PPC, 10% everywhere else. Yeah, that's because Alberta is Canada's Texas. They're they're right in the center of the country. There's a lot of farmland and a lot of oil and a lot of conservative people. Mm. So let's see how things are going here. We have now 2 seats locked in for the Liberals. They have definitively won those seats, and they are on the island of Newfoundland. So yeah, the maritime provinces are coming in now with Newfoundland and Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. I always forget the name of New Brunswick. It's not a place anybody goes. I'm going to zoom in a bit on Fredericton, the city of Fredericton, because this, yeah, Lib leans green by 1 vote. It's kind of funny. See, Fredericton was one of the 3 green seats, and it seems to be going Liberal now as the Greens have collapsed. Just unsurprising. How's Halifax doing? Oh, there's actually an NDP vote in Halifax. All right. Okay. Here. Just give me a second. I'm going to take away the screen, guys, if you don't mind. Here. Lilith, entertain people for a minute while I look something up.
Uh, hey everybody, it's me with Lilith back, and I'm I'm not good at improv. It's just not happening. I'm sorry. I
It's
can't
okay.
even. Women aren't funny. It's just the way it
Women
is.
aren't funny. Oh yeah, Banu, you're in the chat. You're from Fredericton, aren't you? How do you like it that your city has now flipped from cucked greens to cucked libs? Here, I'll return the screen capture because I got something else set up here.
I might as well get myself some energy drinks to hype myself up a little more. I'll be right back.
Sure. Those of you who are asking, this is Lilith. This is Lilith Lovett. She's on Twitter as Lilith Lovett. I think her biggest claim to fame is being a former porn star, but we've been friends for years. And she's been on. We run a podcast together for a while. So yeah, this is from McLean's. For those of you who don't know, McLean's is, at least I think, still a relatively well respected publication in Canada. They're generally not really all that partisan. See, honestly, I think the United States needs a McLean's. It might actually help them out, but they don't have it, so that's
We need a what now?
McLean's. It's a Canadian publication, and they kind of hold a reputation, a correct reputation, in my opinion, of being like very centrist, very nonpartisan, and they kind of just stick to the facts. And when they do publish opinion pieces, you know it's an opinion piece, you know. So meanwhile, so much of American news has become so hyper politicized. You know what I mean? But McLean's generally keeps their head above it.
I'm sure, like, America probably has some alternative to it, but I'm not so sure. I'm sure somebody knows. I've been so busy with real life, but maybe there is an American alternative. But that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, so the two seats, McLean's is saying the same thing. The two seats that have locked in so far are on the eastern edge of Newfoundland. They're both Liberal. The rest are going Lib and Con, which is about what we expected. And everything else, we haven't reported yet. We're still waiting on it.
Oh, I like to clarify. I didn't call the Purple Party fascist. I was just relaying that's probably what your media has called them earlier. It's just,
you know what? Actually, no. Our media doesn't quite do like that level of ridiculousness. Our media has called them far right, and our media has called them alt right, and our media has called them dangerous but not fascist. Our media doesn't usually use the term fascist. Now,
so it's a more American thing.
Yeah,
but if they call it far right, it's probably the same thing then.
Yeah. Now, Reddit posters call it fascist because they're idiots.
Of course, they would call it fascist. They would call a stick of gum fascist if it looked at them wrong.
Yep. Yeah, see, that's a lot of yellow for Jeb. Yeah, the map that I'm using shows like no data yet as yellow, and everyone's saying that Jeb won. Look at all this yellow in Canada, guys.
Jeb. Jeb Bush, Canadian Prime Minister.
Thoughts on Newfoundland? I'm from Newfoundland, dude. I just moved away when I was younger, and I'm probably never going back.
What's wrong with it?
It's the middle of fucking nowhere. There's not much out there, to be honest. And I've seen my fill of it. I want to see new places, basically. I spent some time there. I'm good. So yeah, at this point we are these are all the maritime ridings have come in and reported, and now we are waiting to see the rest. So yeah, I'll take away the screen again.
So we're waiting to see the establishment take away Jeb Bush's victory then.
Yes. Yep. Yep. That's how it's going to be. They're going to fortify the election.
They're gonna fortify it and make yes.
Yeah, see, we don't actually use any voting machines in Canada. It's all hand counted.
Based.
And it's like,
I wish yeah.
what the hell? Why aren't you guys doing that in the States?
Probably because the companies that make those machines have a lot of clout and power, and they have lobbying powers.
Yeah.
Like you're saying earlier that you're ragging on or saying Justin Trudeau shouldn't be ragged on for being a drama major
Mm-hmm.
or a drama class person.
Yep.
Well, in America, we let lawyers and ex lobbyists for ExxonMobil to become president, not president, become like politicians and stuff. So
Yeah, wasn't that Dick Cheney?
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
It's not only
fuck.
Dick Cheney. It's like it's a bunch of senators, and there's a joke about the revolving door with politicians quitting their jobs and entering politics, and as soon as they quit, as soon as they retire from being politicians, guess what jobs they get.
Yeah. See, I understand that position, and there's a very strong argument in that direction. It makes sense, and there's some problems there for sure. But like, there's also you always have to be reasonable and consider the other side of it. Like, there's always a flip side. Okay, like let's say you have a guy who has been he spent his younger years working in like a forestry a in some capacity in a forestry company, and he worked his way up and he became like the CEO of this forestry company, and he knows and in the private sector he's learned how to responsibly cut down trees and replant them, and how like he knows the ins and outs of that of he has the expertise, he has the experience. And then when he decides to move on, could somebody with that expertise, for example, be put in charge of the Ministry of Forestry in here in Canada? And it's like, on the one hand, that sounds highly corrupt, and he could very easily just use his position to influence policy to make it easier for his company. Absolutely can happen. On the other hand, where else are you going to find people who know enough about that industry to be able to actually be effective in that job? It's like it's hard to find somebody who knows the ins and outs of forestry who hasn't worked in forestry. You know what I mean?
You have to. Well, then you're giving them the benefit of the doubt, assuming that they're good people and not potential.
Yeah,
People.
yeah. There's no good answer to that, because either you deal with somebody who has no experience and fucks it up, or you deal with somebody who might be corrupt. You know?
I think there could be like a middle ground, like somebody who's like studies that sort of fields for a long time, but like
Yeah, I know what you mean. Here, I'm gonna read some super chats because they've been rolling in, and we have a lull while we're waiting for the next round of ridings to come in. So here we go. From that crime guy, he asks, "Not doing true crime, Lilith? Are you still doing that?"
I am, but I found a normie job, and I've been waging away, and turns out being a wagey drains you a lot of your energy, and you
Yes.
don't have much time or willingness to do stuff when you're home. But I gotta just, you know what, set my time aside. I recently got some more time off. Maybe I can use some of that time to write some more scripts while I'm getting ready to move to a
Yeah,
new house.
because that's right. You
With
you are moving into a new house.
yeah, exactly. Hopefully to save on some expenses because I gotta have to deal with this house while it's going through some stuff. But yeah,
Yeah, yeah. And
but
also,
no rent, and I also might potentially become a landlord in the future.
uh, the Maoists are gonna behead you for that.
Good, they can come.
Yeah, see, it's like
They can
definitely,
try.
definitely getting some property is like getting some skin in the game, you know. And yeah, like I don't like. Are you gonna be living in your new house when like the house that you now own? When you move into it, will you be close enough to continue working this job, or will you move on from it?
I might have to move on, but I'm gonna try to continue working for a while. But it's only like half an hour drive.
Jesus,
But I can't
that's a lot.
drive, so
That's a lot for a wagey job. Like half an hour drive.
it
Oof.
is.
Yeah.
It's more like 20 minutes, but half an hour is like the long estimate, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
If
I
I
don't
have to
know.
quit, I'll just quit. It's a
Hmm.
wagey job. It's
Well, the thing is,
live, land, chat. Yes,
see,
hopefully.
I worked at my last wagey job for about 3 years, and like I was running out of money when I first got it, so I was like, "Thank God, money! Oh my, I can pay for things now." And then after a few months, I realized that it was wearing me down, and I couldn't do the things that I wanted to do afterwards, right? So I got to a point where it's like as soon as this channel started taking off and I was actually making a lot of money on this channel, I realized continuing to work at that job was destroying my productivity on making videos because I'd come home and I'd be like, ah, fuck, today this sucked. I'm gonna like play video games or something instead of make the next video. And so I could only really make headway on my days off, and it kind of started destroying things. So eventually, I had to take the plunge. I had to be like, you know what? This channel brings in more money than that job. So what I did was I basically used up my benefits because because of the union we had like some dental and stuff and some other stuff, and I used up what I could use up, and then I just left. And I you have to eventually just like take the leap of faith. Eventually, you have to, It sucks,
Good
but
for you.
and I kind of like when you told me about that, I kind of felt like, oh yeah, that's what I did. Where it's like I needed to work to make some money, but the what I was doing was destroying my capacity to get ahead, and I had to move away from it. It just honestly, it just takes like it sucks to say, but you just have to do it. You have to come home and work on it, and then work on it on your days off. Like it sucks, but there's no other good reason. There's no other good excuse, or sorry, there's no other good answer. You know what I mean?
You broke free from the wagey cagey,
Hmm.
and I gotta do the same. I really do.
You can definitely do it.
I,
Like you have like 60,000 followers on Twitter, and you have like a pre-built audience. You could definitely do it.
yeah, but like a Twitter follower base doesn't always translate to YouTube. But hopefully, I mean, there are some people who like me for, I guess, my humor and personality and what I
Yeah, yeah,
give to the table, whatever the hell that is. But
yeah. I agree.
I just want to make videos on things that's interest me, and that's like commentary and true crime, and that will happen. I will be talking about. I have a series planned where I talk about the recent wave of executions done by Trump. I think Biden might have halted it, but Trump when he was he executed a lot of people, and I want to go through their story and why they um, led to what's happened to how they ended up this way, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's what I find fascinating about, like, I guess
Yeah, you should do it. You should do it.
those stuff because
Lilith
it's
does.
like a self-contained story in many of its case.
Mhm. Lilith does have a YouTube channel, and Lilith was a porn star. Like, do you? I know you've talked about doing like your own OnlyFans stuff. Is that still on the table, or are you done with that now?
Well, it's not off the table. It's it's definitely something I'm looking into.
Get those simp bucks, man.
A lot of people have been telling me they want me to do it, and I should just do it because I, I feel like my talents are a little bit, you know, at least At least if I worked at a place with where people gave me tips, you know, my politeness could pay off. But you know,
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. So that man, for one super chat, that was a long call. Here, let's do the next one. Okay.
yeah, let's go next super chat.
Okay. From Scotty PP. Interesting the cons stuck to their guns and passports, considering they can absorb the PPC vote by taking a stand against it, similar to the Tories and Brexit here in the UK. Also, love you, Lilith. Um,
Oh, thank you.
I think the cons are trying to play the center right now, and they'll probably do like passport light to try and appease everybody, and appeased nobody in the process.
Nobody's gonna be happy with that.
Yeah. Katana Blue Jay for $2. Can you invite Rags on like last time? I invited pretty much everybody in the symposium, but I think a lot of them are asleep right now. But if they show up, we can do it. Brick Muppet. I'm guessing Trudeau is holding the unnecessary election to give himself legitimacy by solidifying his power and deny a voice to the COVID lockdown skeptics, and further otherize them. Yeah, that video clip where Trudeau said O'Toole is standing up for the rights of people who are anti-vax. And it's like, anti-vaxxers, despite how stupid they are, still have rights. Like, you don't lose your rights because someone's dumb.
Yeah.
Fuck. Christ. Okay. Angry Bellsprout. How long before USA needs to rake the leaves? Dude, you should have done it during Trump's administration. Fuck. Biden's not doing anything. From Brian for $10. I'll have to rub it into my newfie coworker that his home went liberal. maybe he'll like it. Who knows, man? From Arnett. Hey Dev, what does the future of conservatism look like in Canada? Will the PPC make the Conservatives move more right if they do good, or will the Conservatives keep going left with O'Toole? Canada is like, we're not a socialist country, but we're definitely a country that takes pride in the relative functionality of our social safety nets, especially because, again, left-wing nationalists compare us to the United States that has no social safety net. So I have a feeling that you're not going to see any
Hey, we have
serious
some
success.
social safety nets.
Yeah, but not the way that,
Shitty
like,
ones, but you know.
yeah, yeah. Like, I don't think you're going to see any serious, like, hard right politics here in Canada, like, ever again. But at the same time, by any reasonable perspective, the Canadian Conservatives and even the PPC, they're not radicals. So who knows? Panzer, love your channel, Dev. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. From Stug, I think that the election should be called so that we can get the votes to beat COVID. This is our she-sponsibility.
Responsibility.
Do you feel like we're in a she-covery, Lilith?
We're doing a she-covery about a she-election.
From Nuclear Winter Gamer. Trudeau could have gotten whatever he had wanted done with the NDP. He had no problem getting anything done. Yeah, that's why it's mind-boggling that he'd do this. From Alamandorius. Hey Otaku, the Senate is a good idea, but I am of the firm opinion that the Senate should be completely staffed by independents so that there are no party ties. The part of the problem with our system is that it's become too factional. Yeah, that's a lot of the problem with, like, a lot, even in American politics right now, it's too factional. From Wilson. First
And it's not going to improve without the voting reform.
Yeah.
First past the post. It pretty much ensures two parties forever.
Pretty much, yeah. From Wilson, first SFO super chat. I wonder if sees Chinese virus as his FLQ. No, I don't. Okay, the FLQ were a Quebec separatist terrorist group that operated, I think, in the 1970s, and they culminated with they kidnapped a British ambassador, but I don't know if they killed him or not. But basically, what happened was the prime minister at the time, who was Pierre Trudeau, he had to invoke the War Measures Act and send the Canadian military into Quebec to stop them, because they were like kidnapping people now. It had become too much. So
What what were they? What did they believe in?
Quebec separatism.
Oh,
they were
they wanted French Canada to be its own thing.
yeah, and they were using terrorist attacks to try and pull it off. And so Trudeau said, here's the thing: he was interviewed by like a reporter, and he's like, "Don't you think that you're going overboard?" He's like, "Nah, we have a big army. Fuck those guys. They're trying to like they're trying to like use terrorist attacks against us to make fuck you." He was just like big balls, unapologetic. Like, if you are kidnapping ambassadors from foreign countries, I will send the military after you. Fuck you. And so he actually implemented martial law for a period of like 3 weeks, but it was wildly popular because nobody wanted terrorists in Canada.
Yeah, it seems like terrorism's kind of a optics L, kind
Yeah.
of.
And now Justin Trudeau, his son, is like, if you kill your enemies, they win.
Mm.
God. Well, actually, we don't know if he's his son. It might be Fidel Castro's son. Um.
Right, true. He
Mm-hmm.
does look a lot like Fidel Castro. There's that picture comparison. Hmm.
So Hurt Chain, for his super chat, just cast my vote 10 minutes ago. Voted the PPC to punish the Conservatives for being weak. I'm expecting my riding to go NDP. You know, even if here's the thing, the PPC could act like UKIP, in that they never actually form a government. They hold almost no seats, but they show that enough people want something to happen that the mainline parties can't ignore them anymore, or else they'll just keep growing. And that might be what the PPC does. They could be influential in that way. Um, from some randomness. How much would it cost to add rubber duckies into the pool with our names and faces on them? Do you think this is a Twitch stream here, guys? Do you think that we're Twitch thoughts? From
I
Angry
think.
Bellsprout.
Wait a second though. That might be a good idea. Just animated duckies. Just when somebody donates like a lot of money, it just
It just
floats up from the pool.
you
Plop.
could probably like code that. Yeah, it's possible. Um, Angry Bellsprout. Call commies ruining our childhood and hobbies what it is: cultural appropriation. Hello,
True.
with their hello fellow nerds stuff, or even colonization into our spaces. Oh my god, using leftist rhetoric against them. Harian. Harian says, "Here's some money. Let's chat shit on stream." Harian's wanted to debate me for like a year now on some stuff. I just like I keep honestly I don't it's not that I don't like Harian. He seems to be a nice enough guy, but man, I like keep forgetting literally everything I need to do all the time.
Hey, about you and me.
Yep. Mm. Utter nonsense for $2. If Trudeau wins, I'm throwing out the maple syrup. Harry, the human substitute. Guys, turn live CC on. Just trust me. Thank me later. I'm going to bed. I'll watch later. Just yeah. Apparently, the live like YouTube's closed captioning is doing something weird with your voice right now.
Oh no.
It's
Are,
making
are,
you say lewd things out of nowhere.
oh no.
From Dr. Diddler, if Trudeau wins again, I'm assuming most Canadians are too stupid to recognize obvious corruption. At least I can understand why people voted Biden. Yeah, people are like, it turns out that Biden didn't actually win, and it's all been rigged. It's like, hold on. Trump's appointed judges looked into it, and it doesn't seem like there was actually that much rigging in the end. It just seems like what happened. What I predicted would happen a year before the election happened, that the American voters just blamed the coronavirus on whatever guy was in charge. If it were Hillary, Hillary would have lost. It was Trump, so Trump lost because a huge fucking pandemic happened exactly while they were in charge. Just roll the dice. I don't think there was anything Trump could have actually done to have prevented that. That being said, there does seem to be
It
like,
also probably doesn't help that the entire media and everybody in the establishment was against him and would do everything to sabotage him.
yep, true enough. At the same time, there of all the various places, like Pennsylvania turned out to be copium, Georgia turned out to be copium. However, Arizona actually turns out that it might be true. I've been watching the stuff coming out of Arizona, and they're like there are Democrat judges that are like blocking the release of reports that should absolutely be made public, and like shit's going wild in Arizona right now. But the thing is, even if it were 9 months ago, and even if Arizona flipped for Trump, it's not enough to get him the presidency. You know?
Yeah. Although them doing that, it does seem a bit sus.
Yeah. Okay,
Uh,
Kitty.
um,
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Speaking of people hiding information, did you hear about the Pentagon saying they won't release the transcript between the general and the Chinese general?
Holy fuck! Yeah, that's a shit show, isn't it?
Yeah, the conversation, they very gladly um, released the call with Trump and that guy in Ukraine, but they won't do it for this guy.
Yeah.
Makes you think.
Yeah.
Makes you think.
That is a far bigger that is a far bigger fuck up than anything that Trump has done. Like holy fuck. That seems pretty shitty, you know? Okay, here. I always like to give the other side the benefit of the doubt. So like here's how you could frame it where it might be reasonable, all right? You have these two generals, and neither of them really agree with like the hardening stances of their governments, and they have a good working relationship, and they're like, "Listen, let's try to avoid a war. If war happens, let's try to make it as as less bloody as possible." So, if that were the case, and if the Chinese general were the kind of guy to also feed the American general information in the same way, then I could kind of sort of see it, even though it's still treason. But that's a lot of ifs.
Well, the fact that they won't release the transcripts means it's likely that they that he has discussed like classified shit with the Chinese government. And
Yeah,
then this is just speculation, but if that's the truth, then that seems kind of. But I don't know. You are giving them a lot of benefit of the doubt.
well,
But even at the best case scenario, though, going behind Trump's back to talk with an enemy general.
yes, yes. The best case scenario is that he was still treasonous.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it seems like unless there's a really good reason, which it doesn't seem like there is so far.
doesn't seem like there is, no.
Yeah, I'd say it's
Especially
probably
since
treason.
especially since China is literally our generation's Nazi Germany. No, there's no fucking good reason for this shit. Absolutely no. Okay, so
What happened on Xinjiang?
hold on. From Kitty.
Who's picking all the cotton in Xinjiang, Div?
I don't know, Lilith. You tell me. Okay. From Kitty for
No,
$5.
it's not genocide. They're vocational camps.
They're vocational camps.
Look, they have a pool.
How many people have drowned in it, do you think?
Hey, they are just teaching them to respect Mother China. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Someone says, "I'm running in the election. Bring me onto the stream. I can give insight about things in the West." Possibly. Let's go a bit further, though. Maybe a little bit later, yeah. Joshua for $5. I'm so disappointed your 2020 election stream is gone. It was the best. Wait, is it gone? Why was it? Hold on. I didn't take it down. I mean, I still have a copy of it. I'll put it up on BitChute maybe, but like I didn't take it down. What do you mean it's gone? Hold on. Live. Let me see. I'm scrolling back. Where? What? Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. We're getting to the bottom of this. There's sips. Christmas sip. Community stream. When was the election? November 8th? It is gone. I didn't delete it.
1984.
Well, you know what? I still have a copy of it. So I can I can,
It's because you get your gamer word in it, which not either of us spoke. But
oh, that's right. Yeah, that's the one. No, I did delete it. Yeah, because
you edit that out, didn't you?
yeah, I edited it out. Yeah. Okay.
Or
Yeah.
did you take it the entire thing down because like I think you got in trouble with YouTube because of it, didn't you?
Yeah, because of the scrump thing. Yeah, I put it up. I think I put it up on. I think it is on the SFO BitChute though, for sure. Yeah, yeah. It is up. It is up on the BitChute. Okay.
For it blows out of the loop, Starman may have said a naughty word and
Yes.
gotten Dev's channel in a heap of boo boo
Yep.
for a long time.
I got demonetized for like 3 months because of scrump. Yeah, I got it back though. I'm monetized now. Okay.
Good.
From Slavkai Niki. You forgot the Polish tower that was surrounded by German and USSR buildings and flags. I haven't logged on in years. Oh, from the on the Minecraft server. Oh, thank you. Moose the Goose, make Canada great again, sir, for $50. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Brick Muppet, have you seen pictures of the new of the Taliban navy? How do the Taliban have a navy? They're in a landlocked country. They have like a boat on a lake.
I saw a picture of a bunch of Taliban people in like swan boats. Could that be maybe
That
referring
could
to
be it.
that?
That could be it.
They were like drinking drinks and paddling on a swan boat in some
Yeah.
lake.
Um. Let's see here. Sorup Man. We won't be getting the results of the night of the election. Hey, I've seen this one before. Now, Canada usually has the election pretty much sewn up the night of because we don't have like as many people voting as you guys do. In fact, just take like your voter totals and knock a 0 off the end of it, and then you have our voter totals. So we usually get it done pretty quick. Cryptic for $10. You can't say minority government anymore. You need to say government of color. Galacta Watkins. Hey, hope I wake up to a free Canada, but probably not. Now, only if you stayed within the glorious shroud of the Empire. Yeah, but the UK's not doing very well right now either, are they? Brick Muppet. I didn't know Mount Fuji was even in Canada. Yeah, the Mount Fuji thing, someone just drew it. Like a cryomancer, who's the guy who does all my artwork. He just decided to make this like a Japanese hot tub. I don't know why, but I'm cool with it.
Because it's aesthetic.
Yeah. Mind of the Museless. I bet you. Yeah, that's right. This is at the start of the stream now. I bet you a con majority. I send you another $10. Liberal or NDP minority. You shall Beardy and the Beast. What the fuck is Beardy and the Beast? I don't know, man. And that is it for that round of super chats. I know we've been getting more in as the night has gone on, but we will return to them at the next break. I'm gonna go to the washroom real quick. Do you mind talking for a bit, Lilith? I'll be back in a minute or so.
Sure. How are you doing, chat? See some super chats rolling in. I wouldn't be able to get to these super chats in order because I'm not the channel owner so far. But you know, it's. How are y'all doing today? Are you guys like Canadians or American watching the trash fire like I am? It seems, of course, there's a delay. I see some Americans, lots of Americans, British, Canadian, Colombian, Canadian, Swedish, Bork, American, Canadian. Interesting. Sweet. Well, anyways, America's awesome, but I also hope the people's Leafy brothers can. I don't know if they'll be able to get rid of Trudeau because it doesn't seem like it's going well so far. But we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I got some granola.
Yeah, well, I got energy drinks.
I'm gonna quickly check to see if anything new is coming down the pipe on the election. Oh, the first Quebec. Here we go. I'll bring in the screen. Screen capture. There we go. The first Quebec riding is coming in now, and it has gone to the bloc. So that actually, this was a former Liberal riding that is being lost to the bloc. Jeez, Quebec separatists are rising up.
Oh shit. What's your opinion, though? Would you want the Quebecese to succeed and form their own country?
I mean, it's up to them, right? It's their right to do so if they want to, but I think they would destroy themselves because they get something like 90% of their electricity from the rest of Canada. Like, one of the biggest hydroelectric dams in the world is in Labrador, like up in the middle of fucking nowhere in Labrador. And so they've built this giant dam that produces tons of power, and yet it's the middle of nowhere. So they have like, where does it go? So they built like a giant infrastructure to pipe all of that energy down to Quebec and Ontario. And it has to go through Quebec territory, so Quebec buys a lot of it from Newfoundland. And so, like, if they wanted to leave, I'm sure that would like rapidly become not as good of a deal as it currently is.
They have to be more self-sufficient before they're doing that.
Yeah. I mean, good luck with that. Quebec does
Kind of
not.
like people. There's like some people in California talking about succeeding, but it's like, where are you gonna get the water?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, we're surrounded by water, but there's salty, undrinkable water, and desalinization sadly still costs a lot of money. Oh God, could you imagine though, a country of Californians?
Mm-hmm. A
I mean,
country of Californians.
I live in California, and that sounds like a nightmare.
Oh my God, Fredericton.
I would move the fuck out.
Fredericton is actually like slightly leaning conservative. They went Green Party last time. Wild. That's nuts, man. Yeah. So you've mentioned before, even though you've now inherited this house in California, you've also mentioned that you want to leave California. So what is your plan? Like, are you going to sell it and go somewhere else, or?
I'm gonna have to stay for a little bit to just get the affairs in order, and also right now is probably not the best time to sell.
Do you guys have a housing bubble the way that Canada does right now, like a housing price bubble?
It seems that way, possibly. I mean, like there was just like a recent collapse in the Chinese real estate market, wasn't there, right?
I'm not sure about the American one. The Canadian one's
Yeah.
pretty fucked right now. But like, hold
No,
on.
but I mean, like that has to have like a ripple effect to America. It's pretty uncertain right now. It's
Yeah.
just that's the problem.
Well, if it turns out right now that there's a housing bubble, the time to sell is before it pops, right? So
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I'll have to look it up, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also good to like settle in for a bit first. You know, figure out your next steps. You know, like live in the house for a bit, get on your feet, figure out where you want to go next. Because like where would you move if you were leaving California?
Um, Probably north is I was thinking of Washington for the most part because I have some friends up there and they say like the gun laws up there are like much less shitty than it is in California, and it's the weather is good. It's not like a super hot mess that is here.
Hmm. You're not gonna go out to like the Midwest, like some kind of like right in the center of the states where land is dirt cheap, and build your homestead.
I'm not ambitious enough for that just yet.
Mm. Go to Texas. Why not?
I mean, I the last thing I want is to have a Ruby Ridge situation where I move out into the middle of nowhere, only to have the government find me in the end, anyways. Maybe right now, blending in with the cities is the best course for me because, you know.
Possibly. The thing is that like aren't Portland and Seattle just like shitholes though?
Oh, there's no way I am living anywhere close to Seattle. Fuck Seattle. Seattle is Antifa. It's filled with nut jobs. It's like it, I I've been to San Francisco, and everything I've heard about Seattle is Seattle somehow worse.
Yeah.
I heard like cities outside
Hold
of
on.
it is okay.
Jesus. Oh my god. I ate too much granola real quick. Uh okay. So you basically you're moving into like the 51st state of Jefferson.
Um, I when the 50 wait what is that one?
The 51st state of Jefferson is basically that the rural parts of Washington, a little bit of Washington, um, definitely Oregon and North Carolina want to be their own state. Not North Carolina, North California want to be their own state, and it's a movement to create the 51st state of Jefferson because these are places that are like they're not hyper left leaning the way that like L.A. is or Portland is, and so they want to have like their own state on the West Coast.
I mean, it sounds like okay on paper, which California is too big.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm afraid that them doing that is just going to create another blue state.
It's possible. It's very possible. Killer Tofu says Seattle is shit. Everyone's stuck up and rude. There's another guy in the chat. He has a check mark. Das Bo shit said that Seattle's a mega shithole. He had to work there as a night guard. Fuck. See, Seattle is a lot like Vancouver, but Vancouver is more orderly. Like Vancouver doesn't have shit like Chaz going up, but Seattle does. You know. The only thing, the only problem with Vancouver is that Vancouver is just fucking full of druggies, people who are like on the street just shooting up, and it's like Jesus.
We have that problem here in like Californian cities too. In
Mm-hmm.
fact, our government pay them to shoot up because the it's theorized as it's safer for them to shoot government heroin than it is to get them on the streets. Which I mean, fair, but then taxpayer money is being spent on
Yeah,
heroin.
same in Vancouver. They have like safe heroin supplies that they give out, and it's like it's fucking heroin. It's not safe. Definitionally, it's not safe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. It's like if you're gonna be giving people heroin, I would expect try to get them to go off of heroin harder. But
Yeah. Like fucking hell. No, guys, I don't know who Das Bullshit is. Sorry. It seems like everyone in the chat knows who he is, but I haven't heard of him. But if he's a big deal and y'all like him, that's cool. I don't know who he is though. I'm sorry. YouTube has given him a check mark beside his name, so I guess that means he's important. Terminally verified. The thing is, like, I don't mind having a check mark beside my name on YouTube. It's kind of nice, but I would never want a check mark on Twitter. Holy fuck.
yeah, YouTube seems to just give you check marks to prove that it's you,
Yeah.
the way it's supposed to work. Whereas Twitter, it seems like unless you got the check mark a long time ago, or if you just suddenly get it for some reason, like there's a few cool check marks like Justin Wang and Count Dankula,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yep.
like most of them is just like this is the mark of well,
It's the mark of the
stupidity.
beast.
Yeah, pretty much.
The Conservatives have gained another seat in New Brunswick, apparently. Oh. New Brunswick is like Canada's Maine. Everyone knows about it, but no one ever goes there, kind of thing. But they did gain another seat. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, gains and losses. Currently, in terms of net, Liberals are down 4. Conservatives are up 5. The Bloc is
Oh shit.
up 1. Is up 1. The New Democrats are down 1, and the Greens are down 1. Okay. So there we go. It might be okay. We might be... See, the outcome that is good but still, like, possible is a conservative minority. The outcome that is disappointing but is still bad for Trudeau is a liberal minority. And then, like, in my opinion, the worst outcome of the possible outcomes would be a liberal majority. Yeah.
It would suck if Trudeau's hubris gambit actually pays off.
Oh, fuck.
Because
That'd be awful. So you said you have friends up in Washington State. Are they online people that you is it like anybody I know, or is it like offline people?
oh, it's offline people. It's just people who let me crash on their couch when I was like going through some rough times and stuff.
Oh,
And
okay.
they're cool. It's just
Yeah, no, makes
just
sense.
just just like friends I know in real life who move to different places.
Yeah. See, I'm currently living like in the middle of nowhere, and I've been here for a little bit now. And even though like my living situation has improved since I first moved here, I still kind of want to leave because I think I've told you this story before in private at one point, but I'd say maybe 7 to 10 years ago, there was this extended friend group, like people I knew from university, people that Dave knew from university, like just friends that we had from high school, and just like friends of friends. There was a group of about 30 people, and we were all kind of like at the same party at one point, and we all said that at some point we were all going to get out of this place and move to either Ottawa or Vancouver. And not Toronto, because Toronto's a shithole. Like, I know Toronto is the only city that Americans know that exists in Canada, but Toronto's a shithole. Like, it is on par with some of the worst American cities. It fucking sucks down there. I would never live in Toronto, but like, Ottawa is still relatively safe and clean. Vancouver is still relatively safe and clean, if a bit expensive. So we were like, you know what? We're gonna make it to one of these two cities, like especially because like Vancouver is routinely rated like one of the best cities to live in the world. It's like, why not? Um, and so about half of them moved to Ottawa between then and now, and the other half moved to Vancouver between then and now. And so it's me and Dave still here. You know what I mean? And like all of our friends have left, and like it's like, well, fuck. Like the city kind of feels a bit lonely now that there's not as many people here as there used to be. And so we're like, and now with YouTube being what it is, I actually like might be able to move. So my long term goal between for the next 5 years or so is one, to own a house, or like at least some land that I can build a house on later, and two, assuming that SFO keeps growing, because it's been growing at a pretty decent click, is like get like a physical office set up, and hire some employees, and like have a small little SFO company. That is my goal for the next 5 years. You know what I mean? Who the fuck is Dave, and where does he live? Are you okay? So Dave, he lives in the same house as me. This house has me, Dave, and my girlfriend living in it. Um, and he's the original SFO back when Shred Fighter Otaku was a an anime review channel, and he's my co-host on my gaming channel, Game Boomers. So that's who Dave is. He's not really political, so he's not involved in this kind of stuff, but he does still work with me on a bunch of other projects. Xavier says, move to Vancouver so you can annoy Nicole for me. Yeah, Xavier, the problem with that is like she's married now and has a kid. Her and her, I guess wife now have a kid. So I don't think she's coming back to the channel, dude. She's been gone for like 5 years. I thought Lilith was your girlfriend. No, my girlfriend's Naomi. And Lilith, your girlfriend is Frida.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, sorry to break your bubble, guys. There is a Lilith and Dev ship.
I mean, I've heard a few Lilith and Dev ships over the years, but it's not common.
A lot of people in any situation talking together, like people are gonna speculate. That's just the way things goes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There actually is SFO lore. Um, like, this channel started when Dave and I were just young and stupid. Well, no, it's Dave and I and Nicole, but she left. So at this point, it's just Dave and I. But the channel started when the three of us, we were just like young and dumb, and we were friends, and we wanted to do anime reviews in the style of that guy with the glasses. And so we did like a couple seasons of some pretty shitty anime reviews. They were fun, but like we were just being dumb, right? We were hanging out on the summer, goofing around, having a good goofing around with a camera. You know how it is when you're younger, right? Um, and then so we did that for a few years, just as like a fun thing that didn't really go anywhere. We tried doing some let's plays, and that actually had at least some reasonable amounts of success, to the point that now we're doing them on Twitch as under the name Game Boomers, and they're actually like profitable now, so that's good. But when Gamergate happened, we decided to do a few videos on Gamergate, and that led us down the politics rabbit hole. I still have the Boku no Pico reaction video on my hard drive. I need to re-upload it somewhere.
Which, you know, we should do like a modern version where we review like shocking anime. We should like watch a redo of a healer or some shit.
I actually watched redo of Healer, and after the first episode, it just kind of turns into a normal harem, you know?
Yeah, okay. Redo has a really rough opening. I
Yeah.
mean, of course it does, but I've read the manga. I mean, to its current, and it's not gonna be everybody's tea. But if you like really like a vile um, villain protagonist with like some even more viler antagonist, then okay, I won't spoil too much, but he basically there's this one scene where the main character has to go through this test thing where it's like those ancients like of the trees giving like tests of spirits where you have to conquer your past enemies or the your demons. Like you remember in Metal Gear Solid where that scene where Snake has to encounter everybody who he killed
Mm-hmm.
in that thing
Mm-hmm.
throughout the game. Well, the hero or the quote unquote hero
The hero.
goes through that. He encounters one of the antagonists that he already defeated, and he goes and he basically well, instead of like facing your guilt and be like, oh, I'm so sorry to all the people that wronged you, he goes, "Oh, well, you know what, thank you for giving me this chance to enact revenge on all my enemies again."
Oh fuck, man. Yeah, it seems like a lot of anime that like make headlines right now. They have a shocking first episode, and then it just kind of goes tame. You know,
Yeah,
that's how it was with Goblin Slayer too. So
but
do
it does. I don't know. It does get a bit better personally
yeah.
if you know.
A few people have asked me about my favorite anime. I can give you my top three, and unfortunately, they're all going to be normie picks. I think my favorite anime is Attack on Titan. Sorry, Attack on Titan. It's a good show. It's a really good show, especially once you get like the first season's only okay. First season is like lore establishment. Second season is the depth. Third season is the solving of the mysteries, and the fourth season is like the collapse of everything and the rebuilding of everything. So, like Attack on Titan is just it's nearly a perfect show in my opinion. Just the way that the story is laid out. Um, second place is gonna
Except Isayama's a hack, and he wanted to have a bad ending for the sake of having a bad ending.
yeah. I didn't like the ending, but honestly, who the fuck sticks a good ending anymore? Like nobody, nobody. But yeah, Attack on
I thought the
Titan.
Breaking Bad ending's pretty good,
You think
but
so?
I don't know. It wraps things up pretty much.
Yeah. The thing is, man, I like Attack on Titan specifically because of what they do in season 4. Everything builds up to season 4 where you see the complete reversal and how Eren, spoilers, Eren becomes the villain. And I do think he becomes, everyone's like, no, he doesn't. No, I think he becomes the villain. You know, it,
Yeah, he does.
yeah. But also how good people can believe they're doing good things when they're doing bad things. Like that's a big part of Attack on Titan. Um, my second favorite anime. This is not going to be a normie pick, but it's going to be a pick that, like, if anybody knows about the politics of this show, they are going to scream betrayal and communist at me. But in my opinion, my second favorite anime is Revolutionary Girl Utena. And if there was ever an example of a pro-feminist anime, it is that show. But at the same time, it was made in
I have
1996.
not watched it.
It was made in 1996, and it is it's a different caliber of feminism in that show than like the nonsense you see today. And it's very well made, especially for the for the time. You know, it was basically it was made by the guy who made Sailor Moon, but he was unshackled by like the producers who were saying you have to make this appeal to people who are buying toys. It's like no, he could actually make the show he wanted to make, and so he made Revolutionary Girl Utena, and it's a really good show. It's a really good show. I know a communist who likes that anime. Yeah, I know. Utena's a really. I love that show too. Oh, that's good. Okay. And then my third favorite, again a normie pick, is Death Note. Death Note's just a lot of fun.
I don't know how to sing the song properly, but
No, Death Note's a lot of fun because it's two super geniuses trying to out Sherlock each other, and there's just a lot of fun in that.
have you watched COPIUM?
No, I have not, but I should. I keep hearing about it, but I should.
It's people compare it to Death Note a lot, but it's like Death Note with mech, and the protagonist isn't as much of a piece of shit, personally, in my mind. But still, like, haha, I do bad stuff, sort of character.
Well, that's the thing. Like I think Light in Death Note believes he's doing good stuff. It's just that he's not.
Right.
Right.
So does Lelouch Kokios, but
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think what makes him different than Light, whereas Light's more like a Light's so far up his ass for the entirety of the of the show.
Yeah, yeah. He's like, nope. I am objectively the most moral person. I'm God now. Fuck you. And it's like, holy shit, dude. Holy fuck.
Yeah, whereas Lelouch, he has I think a little more self awareness and knows when he's being a piece of shit and a hypocrite.
Yeah. People are saying, what about Turn A Gundam? I like Turn A Gundam, but Turn A Gundam, in my opinion, is the best Gundam show, but not the best anime. Light was the good guy, unironically. No, no, he wasn't. Light is a villain protagonist. Attack on Titan is the only. I've seen more anime in the past 6 years than Attack on Titan.
Light might have started out with good intentions, but once you start crossing into the no, everybody against me is against the will of God, and then starts, it's which coincidentally was also his downfall.
Well, that's the thing, though.
Him,
People say that, but if you go back and actually watch the show, you'll realize that by the end of the first episode, he's already declaring himself God. This is not like a slow descent into madness because he has too much power.
no,
No,
he declared himself God pretty much near the beginning of the show.
yeah. At the end of the first episode, he's like, "I am a god now," and it's like, holy fuck. I have seen Cowboy Bebop, um, and I understand it's a very well put together show. It just wasn't for me. Maybe I need to watch it again because it's been over 10 years since I've seen it. But I recall watching it and only thinking it was okay. I've watched JoJo. I didn't like JoJo. Sorry. I like I like JoJo.
Whoa.
I like JoJo memes. I like JoJo
You
memes,
didn't even
but
watch part two?
uh I got like halfway through the first season and I was like, I can't. I couldn't do it.
Okay, I know lots of people are gonna be like, "Hey, you gotta play this game, bro. It gets really good at the 50th hour." But JoJo is literally that case.
Oh, really?
The first season is where Araki was like trying to find his ground, but
Mm-hmm.
season two it actually takes itself less seriously, but it's a lot more funnier and it's just a lot better show.
That's possible. Maybe I need to try it. Yeah, I've been watching the map here, guys, and the Liberals jumped ahead of that one Bloc Quebec seat, but the map isn't changing that much. Liberals are down 2, cons are up 4. Like it's things are not moving at the moment. Here, I'm gonna check out the other map, just in case. Where is it? Is it this one? Okay, what do we got?
Also, with the JoJo memes, you gotta watch it to get it. You don't fully appreciate it. You see, because
That's true. That's true. But like I can get most of it. Okay, so for example, I did a thing with the what was it, Charlottesville? Where was the event where like the guy rammed the crowd and killed that one girl with his car?
Charlottesville.
That was Charlottesville, yeah. I did a thing where like it's like the guy accelerating and then it does the to be continued JoJo thing.
Oh no.
I made a video like that. just like a meme video, and I didn't need to watch
Oh,
all of JoJo to
you
get it.
watch season one, then that's enough to get that to be continued meme.
Yeah. Yep. Polls in the rest of the Dominion of Canada do not end until 9:30. So in the next 15 minutes, we should be getting more stuff. Jeb is losing ground, guys. Oh no.
They're stealing the election from Jeb Bush.
Yeah,
Typical.
they're fortifying it.
Gotta fortify the crap out of it, just like they fortified California.
Oh god, there are people in the chat saying she died of a heart attack, not the car. Listen, if you get hit by a car and the sudden impact and the shock causes you to have a heart attack, you still died of getting hit by the car. Like fuck, dude.
Yeah, it's kind of how the law works. It's like if you, in a similar vein, like if you rob a store, you hold a gun up to somebody, and then some old lady gets scared and has a heart attack and dies. You are technically responsible for the murder of that lady because in committing an illegal act, you are responsible for the consequence of it.
Yep. Yep. That's how it is. Okay, here. I'm going to disable the screen again. And Lilith, I'll leave it to you while I try to look something up if you don't mind. I'll,
So, okay.
it's all in your hands.
Hey, that's not fair. I mean, you don't have to hold up the conversation by yourself. I mean, you do when it's like a video you have a very set structure on. But all right, go look up things.
Yeah. Okay. Here, I'm checking this out. All right. Here's when the polls will close across the country by time zone. So Newfoundland time, polls have closed. Atlantic time, polls have closed. Eastern time, that's this time zone, that is at 9:30 p.m., which is in 12 minutes. Central time is 8:30 p.m. So what is Central time in Eastern time? Okay. CST 8:30 to EST. Yeah, so that's 9:30 as well. Okay, and I assume in the same way, Mountain Time 7:30. That is probably also going to be 9:30 Eastern Time. It looks like it is. Okay, so yeah, it seems like like 3 time zones worth of ridings are going to be coming in the next 12 minutes. So that's a pretty. You see, that is that law that I talked about where they can't report on it until everyone else has closed. It's fucking dumb. And then Pacific time. PST.
I'm gonna guess that the law only applies to journalists, or does it apply to citizens too?
I don't know. Wait, Dev, did you really? Yes, Xaver. You think I know time zones? You think I know what's going on? Yeah, and then the final polls close at 10 p.m. our time, 7 p.m. your time, Lilith, because you're on the West Coast. So basically, even though we've been sitting here holding our dicks for a little bit, we're going to be getting a whole bunch of results in the next 10 minutes or so.
Sweet. You want to get through some super chats?
We probably should with the 10 minutes, shouldn't we?
Yay.
All right. Okay, let's jump over to the supers then. Give me a second here, guys. Oops, that's the wrong button. Okay. So even though you want to move, you still want to stay on the West Coast, eh?
Unless the West Coast is like overwhelmingly bad. I don't know.
Sinking into the ocean.
Nothing is set until I've moved, and
Yeah.
even if I moved, then it's like I don't know.
Yeah. To be fair, if you do end up in Washington State and I end up on the West Coast, we'll actually be pretty close together. You can go visit.
Really nice.
Yeah, like Seattle's only like an hour away from Vancouver. It's not that far away. Let's see here. Okay, from a random guardsman. We all know Jen Bush. I think you meant Jeb. Jen Bush, the God Emperor of Mankind, will win. Stug says Jackie Chan Adventures is my favorite anime. Jackie Chan Adventures. That sounds familiar. What is that? Is that like a? Oh, it's okay.
It's a cartoon.
Yeah, it's a cartoon with like Jackie Chan,
and he has 12 medallions with
yeah.
The Celestials.
It has like a Shaq Fu storyline where there's like an old Chinese shop where there's like artifacts and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Carl for $5. This better be a blowout for Jeb.
It's too bad that Jackie Chan's a piece of shit in real life. But...
Yeah. Athlon. Stardust Memories is the best. Wait, Stardust Memories is the best Gundam. Isn't Stardust Memories a JoJo thing, not a Gundam thing?
Stardust Crusader is a.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, yeah. Tutor's Witch for $5. Did Lilith accept she had no rights once she became a woman?
Yes, they handed me a contract.
Moose the Goose. Cheers of beers from Kitchener. Stay away from Toronto like the plague. Okay, so.
I am recording this from the kitchen.
I'm
shackled there.
I have spent enough time in Toronto to know that I will never want to go back there ever again. It's fucking awful. No. God. I could tell you some Toronto stories. Um, Nuclear Winter. I'm looking to move out of my apartment converted condo and buying some land. Luckily, I work in lumber material sales, so I'm getting a good price. Oh, that's good. You buy some land, you build a house. Like, I am not much of a architect, but I wouldn't mind taking a stab at designing a house, or at least like altering a previously made design a little bit just to suit my needs. I think I'd try that. That could be good. Um, Kaz Walker. I moved from Calgary to Vancouver 8 years ago. I'm moving back to Calgary in December. Vancouver sucks. Keeping good friends is hard. Everyone is woke, and no one really stays for more than 3 to 4 years. Okay, so Kaz, I can probably tell you a story then that you might understand. Um, my friends who moved to Vancouver, they all ended up living in the Strathcona area, which, if you don't know Vancouver, it's right in the heart of downtown. It's a place where, like, there are some like apartment buildings, but it's mostly houses. It's mostly like small houses for rent. And my friends ended up like paying $2,000 for half of a house just to have the experience of living in downtown Vancouver, and like being close to the university, being close to the park, being close to the waterfront, being close to what's that historic road in Vancouver that runs north south that has like all the really nice restaurants on it. Oh, I forget the name of it. Is it called Colonial? I don't know, but it's like a historic area of the city where like trendy restaurants pop up, and they wanted the experience of living in that area. Um, and so after university, they went down there and they stayed down there. But at this point, they've all moved out, you know, because at this point, they're not 22 anymore. At this point, they're like 32. And some of them want to start families, and some of them want to not just be renting $2,000 for half of a house anymore. So it really seems like that area of town is fun to live in, but nobody's actually from there and nobody actually stays there. There's no like concrete community there, if that makes sense. Um, okay, and you know what? Like I've actually had like a bit of a FOMO reaction, a fear of missing out, because all of my friends from university, whom at this point I really don't talk to much anymore, they all moved there and they had that fun experience, and now they've left and I haven't left here yet, and it's like, well, that kind of sucks, like you've already aged out of the goal that you wanted to do, and now you can't really do it anymore, and it's like, oh, that sucks. But at the same time, um, I've saved a lot of money here. You know, YouTube pays very well, and the place that I rent is a bigger house for less. It is a $900 rent here, split between three people, and the place that we're living in is bigger than the place that they were living in. So like, I'm able, if I play my cards right, to save up enough money to actually like have a life within the next 5 years, rather than just have shallow experiences but then be left with nothing, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's that's actually a pretty good plan. I'm having the opposite problem by being stuck in California.
Yeah, yeah,
But once I move to a new house, it
yeah.
means
See,
I shouldn't have to pay rent
yeah,
and just property taxes, and you
yeah.
know. Plus, I might get like people who pay me rent,
Mm-hmm.
which would be nice.
Like as soon as you have property, you kind of have skin in the game, and things change a bit.
Yeah, which sucks, as in Newsom is staying in power
Yeah,
and
fortified.
fortified, indeed. I mean, Larry Elder never stood a chance. He was just some radio host, and
Yeah.
I don't really understand why everybody rallied against him when John Cox, the Republican candidate, seemed okay. Doesn't
Hmm.
seem, I don't know,
Yeah.
but that's neither here nor there.
Mm.
At least in America, the election was triggered by Republicans. The This election was triggered by in Canada was triggered by the party that's all about lockdowns and COVID restrictions. Like, and here they are starting an election where people could only vote by um, writing in. So,
Yeah.
which I have no problem with. We should do that in America. We should get rid of all the voting machines here in America because I don't think those are very as secure as people say they are.
So basically, you have Sargon's position of return to pottery shards.
On certain things, like with voting, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You
Well,
you should
um,
like chip away at a clay tablet.
return to pottery shards it refers to, like, I think it was a Greek democracy thing where after they put all of the votes into an urn, they broke the urn, and the idea is that, like, you can't slip in something last minute because it's been broken. Like, that was the tradition, you know. So return to pottery shards just basically means go back to writing ballots.
Yeah, it feels like because like there's some anonymous like hackers who are just like here's how easy these machines could be hacked, and then they hacked
Yeah,
it and just compromised a bunch of them, and it's just like oof.
yeah, yeah. Okay, let's see here.
So it's like I don't think necessarily that you know I don't know one way or the other, but I can see why some people would think the election was quote
Fortified.
we're not allowed.
Here, let me get through the rest of these supers here. Dan says Ontario will decide the election. Changes here will determine which minority we get. I voted Con for the first time ever. I grew up in Sudbury in the GTA now. Yeah, I know a lot of first-time Conservative voters too that are voting Conservative for the first time. Stug. Lilith and Sargon is the best ship. Oh, okay. What, really?
I don't think Sargon would be into me though. Sargon's like has a wife and everything.
Yep. That is the case. Yes.
Even though he did make that one flirty comment about Blair White, I think.
It wasn't actually flirty. I think he was just
Not flirty.
complimenting.
He was just complimenting her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was complimenting her on how well she passed, which I don't know if that's like a rude thing or if it's like just a nice thing. I don't know. I don't think he knows either. He's a boomer.
I think if he's being nice, then he's just being nice.
Yeah, I think so too. Reed Laverty says, "I like how you placed."
And either way, I would never be a homewrecker. Or intentionally.
Intentionally. I like how you place the authoritarian powers with absolute monarchism placed in the far right. I identify more with constitutional monarchism myself. Yeah, there's a whole monarchist discussion that I've had in me that I'm only like half knowledgeable on. The poll's close. I'm going to do these quick, and then we'll get to it. From Matapasta, are you going to finally start paying your mods? Matapasta, the only thing you do as a mod anymore is power abuse, so no. From Mr. North Canada.
Start paying me first.
Yes.
Get me out of wageydom.
Actually, that's something we'll discuss a little bit later. Cause I actually have we have something to talk about at the end of the stream. Mr. North
collab soon.
Yes, Mr. North Canada. Move to Calgary, fourth largest city. Banff is close by and very sunny. Yeah, Calgary is also a very nice city too. I don't know anybody in Calgary though. Naughtius Maximus, you could move to Vagina. I mean Regina. I'm not gonna. I don't know. I don't know about that, guys. Quarnoz, do the NDP replace Singh if they lose further seats? Maybe, but I don't know who else they have. Like, Jugmeat, despite his stupidity, is still like a rising star personally. So I don't know. I don't know who else they get. I'm bored says, I just cast my vote for the PPC. They've got no chance of winning, but I feel good about my choice nonetheless. Oh, well, good for you.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Hurt Chain.
I voted for the Libertarian Party for...
Yeah, you went for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Yeah, I did.
From Hurt Chain. I'm from near Vancouver. They gaslight us about the overdose epidemic while at the same time giving out... Okay, dude. Hurt Chain. Have you ever been to the Sun Yat Set Gardens in Vancouver. Okay? Beautiful garden, but you turn a corner, you find a junkie shooting up. It's fucked, dude. Angry Bellsprout, 51st state of Alberta. We can trade Portland and Seattle. You guys want Alberta to join America? Student of history. Jefferson is essentially to take the not communist leftist areas of the northern west coast to form a separate state that represents the people but it won't work because there's only two ways: Article 5 or Boog. All right. Dr. Diddler says you get a check mark for 100k subs, dummy. Yeah, I know. I got, like, they forced the check mark on me. I couldn't not get it. Brick Muppet, there is a housing bubble in the U.S.
1984.
Yeah, there is a housing bubble in the U.S., particularly but not limited to the blue states. Fair enough, yep. Shrimp Kraken, watch your videos too much not to donate. Greetings from Kingston. Thank you very much. Darkstone, Jeb, 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 Yellow Wave, Jeb, Jeb, Jeb.
Yellow wave soon, friend.
Qwerty, is there sauce on Lilith? What do you mean by sauce? Like she has a Twitter. She has a Twitter. She has her YouTube channel. You have the other things that are online. So I guess, like, it's honestly
I need to create sauce. I need to just create stuff that's better than this shit I made before. Because right now I'm more, I guess, better filled out, more in shape, and
oh, are you talking about
working has gotten me working, like exercising so much. And it's like,
I wasn't talking about porn, Lilith.
oh, you don't know. They could be talking about it.
Yeah,
and you did mention it. I don't know.
They could be.
Moving on.
But yeah, if you want to find out who Lilith is, search for Lilith Lovett. It's everywhere. She has that name cornered. Hey Dev, this is from Mute Gamer. Hey Dev, do you still get money from Humble Bundle? I buy stuff from there and give you the cut, but want to make sure. Yes, I do. I still have a Humble Bundle link. If you buy games from Humble Bundle, use the link attached to my videos or in my channel description, and I can actually get a portion of that money. It's a good way to support the channel. Red Wolf Core Revamped. Might want to go check out People's Pundit on Twitter when concerning American election fraud. I don't see Biden as legit, and I don't trust any authoritative source concerning that election. Yeah, this is too, like, now you're getting into epistemology, and this is like too much of a conversation to have right now, and we have to get through this. I'm sorry. Jake O'Quinn. I moved to New Brunswick for the affordable housing, as are tons of other Canadians. Sadly, the houses prices have shot up, but it's still great here. Oh, that's cool. That's neat. Kiki for 20 Mexican dollars. Susan did it. Susan did something, apparently. I don't know what that's about.
As in, like, taking down your video?
Yeah. Let's see. Possibly, yeah. From Henlo Mellon. Demand Mark Miller release his talks with General Ho-Ree shit right now. Okay. From Adonis Adams. Maple syrup from Vermont is better than maple syrup from Canada. I haven't tried maple syrup from Vermont, but we have pretty good maple syrup here. Sisco Sistar. Hey, it'd be great if you guys could get Sticks on a tub stream sometime. The thing is, I don't even know Sticks. I don't have his contact info. I don't even think he knows who I am, unfortunately. I do like him, but I don't think he knows who I am. Nick Palladino. Dev, the Supreme Court.
I don't even think Sticks does collapse other than, like, debates and stuff.
Yeah, I think he might like stream with Sargon like once every 4 years from an election, like something like that, Dev, the Supreme Court never took up any case about the election, and a simple examination of numbers shows oddities, but judges didn't want to rock the boat for stability. Like, that is a plausible explanation that could be true, but probably isn't, because the Supreme Court routinely rejects cases because they are very clearly they very clearly don't have merit. That is the reason why the Supreme Court rejects most cases. They just say out of hand, no, this is ridiculous. So, you got to be able to prove something more than that. For Kiki's Hideout, Dev, are you being a doomer who claims there was no voter fraud? Shut up. Nope, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not a doomer about it. It's just that I also recognize that as corrupt as the American political system is, it is not as corrupt as a lot of the partisans say it is. People on the left or the right, either way. Shenanigans. Dev, if you had to choose one party leader to host a weekly podcast with, who would you choose and why would it be Mad Max? Well, actually, Lilith and I are going to be probably doing a more regular piece of content as soon as she moves into our house. So look forward to that. We're going to have a weekly podcast. Yeah. Let's see. From the Friendly Penetrator. Went in to vote today after work in my military uniform. Within 30 seconds, I had entering 4 people. I had to say thank you for your service. All pensioners. Meanwhile, I have to hide my job to most girls my age to get a date. Ooh, that's rough. That's rough, dude. You know, there are trad women out there who will like that though. Mr. North Canada. Alberta always burns down parties that don't respect us as voters. The Reform Party, the Canadian Alliance, and the UCP. Also, Trudeau ignored our October vote for senator. Voted PPC as a protest vote. Oh, okay. To be honest, I'm only like partially knowledgeable about the Albertan provincial politics. From Kiss My Ass. Remember when Putin announced Russia had a vaccine well before our vaccines came out? Were we calling the skeptics anti-vax then? Yeah, dude. Okay, Lilith, you have to remember this. Lilith.
Yeah.
Do you recall a year ago at this time how many fucking leftists were saying I will not get the Trump vaccine?
Oh, all the time. It
And
was
yeah,
a bunch of people say, "I will never take the Trump vaccine. Never ever. Trump pushed this out. Never. Orange man bad."
yeah,
But mind you, this is the same vaccine we have right now. We have
yep,
the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine. The mRNA stuff. Trump is responsible for those.
yeah. And now those same people are like you're a fucking right wing nut job if you won't take it. The same people who were saying I won't do it last time. You know what I mean? Like, okay, man, you had Kamala Harris in the vice presidential debate saying I won't take a Trump vaccine. These people have burned all their fucking credibility. Like Christ.
The only thing they believe in is Orange Man bad because
Yep.
that gets them the applause, and
Yep.
and that's what they'll go for, no matter how ridiculous they'll be sounding within a month from now. They don't care because at the moment, Orange Man bad, and
Mm-hmm.
that's the only thing that mattered to them. They don't have principles. They don't have beliefs. It's just all team sports politics. They're direction brained.
Student of history. The U.S. has a social safety net. We don't have a welfare state where one can unironically live on the state's tab. One must work or have a major disability. Okay. You know what? Okay, we're now 10 minutes late. We're going to have to put aside super chats for now, guys, and return to the map because it is looking more filled out. I'll bring it in right now. Here it is. Okay. So what do we have? A few locations that have the bloc winning in Quebec, as is expected. Oh geez. In this one location, the NDP is first and the PPC is second. Oh, that's kind of nuts. Wild. But you see a lot more liberal ridings coming in now. Like the riding of my hometown has gone liberal. It usually goes either liberal or NDP, one way or another. Let's check out Toronto. What are the Toronto ridings like? Not filled in yet. Let's see, yeah. Con is slightly ahead in Simcoe. Lib is slightly ahead in Peterborough. Con is slightly ahead in London. Yeah, so things are coming in. And honestly, the map looks a lot like it looked before. Which is unsurprising. Let's see Ottawa. Oh.
Oh, that one's just turned blue.
Yeah, Ottawa South turned blue, but Gatineau turned green. Guys, isn't Gatineau Trudeau's seat? Okay. If Trudeau loses his own seat, that will be a shit show.
That would be hilarious if it goes through.
He's still the leader of, like, if Trudeau loses his own seat, but he wins, but his party wins, still forms government. He still is the prime minister, but he's a prime minister without a seat.
How would that work then?
They give him like a special seat to sit in the House of Commons.
Ah,
Okay, let's keep going here.
it would still be pretty funny though.
Yeah, it would be. It would be. You have stuff in the Midwest that's coming out as con, which is normal. You know, a lot of the Midwestern ridings always end up being conservative. All right, so that is what this map looks like right now, guys. Let's try to find the other one that I have. Where is it? 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 This one. Okay, I'll refresh this. Hey. Why isn't it working? Do I have to like... Oh, no, okay. It's like kind of loading in. Do I have to like turn off the Brave browser shields? Yeah, the Maclean's map is broken. That's a shame. Oh, Gatineau. I thought Gatineau was... Oh, it's Papineau that's his seat, not Gatineau. Sorry. I thought it was. It'd be funny, though. Yeah, it seems like the map is broken on Maclean's. Shit. Press F for the map. I'll go back to the other one. Where is it? Here it is. Oh, geez. Thunder Bay Rainy River. I used to live there. I went to university in Thunder Bay. Yeah. I went to university in Thunder Bay, and there at the Conservatives currently leading NDP. See, a lot of these are like early results, though. So like they can change. They can definitely change. None of this is set in stone just yet. It's only these ones out east that are set in stone. Like there's a bunch of Conservative seats in New Brunswick and in Nova Scotia that are set in stone. A bunch of Liberal seats that are set in stone. This stuff is now just coming in. Papineau's results haven't started yet? Okay. Yeah, see, at one point I talked to an American who said that Thunder Bay sounds like an amazing name for an action movie, and he couldn't believe that a Canadian city was actually named that. Yeah, I went to Lakehead, but Lakehead sucked. Sorry, I didn't like the school. I didn't have like a positive time there. If I could do my life over again, I wouldn't have gone to university.
Did you get bullied by the girls there?
No, actually, I did not get bullied by the girls there. I got a girlfriend, and then subsequently destroyed my life for her sake.
Well, at least you're doing better than. At least you did better than Elliot Roger.
Yeah, fuck, Jesus, that is true. That is true.
There was this recently a news article about the woman that turned Elliot Roger into hating women.
Oh fuck.
Has never heard of him.
Oh, I saw that's rough. Oh,
Yeah.
that's rough. Fuck, dude.
She literally did it. I don't even know. I don't even know who you are.
Fucking hell, dude. Oh, Dev, talk about the Purge again. I'm not gonna talk about the Purge again. I've told that story too many times.
What about the Purge?
Oh, you want to know?
Yeah.
I've told you the story. Nobody wants to hear the Purge story for the 10th time.
No, which is it like? Is it like the movie Purge or?
No.
Okay.
All right, I'll tell the story real quick. I'll do it quickly, okay? I'll do it quickly. Over the course of 1 year, due to multiple factors that were unrelated to each other, but all happened to happen at the same time, I lost my entire collection of video games from my childhood.
Oh no.
I lost all the NES stuff, which really wasn't mine. It was my dad's. Like I was too young for the NES. I lost all the NES stuff. I lost the Super Nintendo stuff. I lost the N64 stuff. I lost a good chunk of my GameCube stuff. Um, and that's about it. Yeah, I lost like 4 generations of console stuff. Yeah,
Geez, what happened? Did your ex tell you go like, it's either me or the video games?
kinda actually. So
Wait, that's what actually happened?
here's what happened. Okay, I went off to university. The first year I went to university was the first year the Wii came out. Okay, so I was in university when we were all about the Wii and President Obama, and so I had left behind my collection back in my hometown. And while I was gone, my mom sold. My mom sold in a yard sale the NES and all the games. Just sold them.
Rough.
Um, the N64 and Super Nintendo. I still had the consoles, but basically, like family visitors and my sister's friends would come over and like either ask to borrow or like just kind of sneak games, and nobody cared because only I cared about the games. So my like over half of my SNES collection and like 3/4 of my N64 collection just vanished into thin air. No idea who has them. Um.
Jeez, and they must be worth like a lot more now because
Oh, yep.
Nintendo's a piece of shit, and
Yep.
they keep releasing decades old SNES games for like $50.
Yep. Yep. And then I had brought my GameCube with me and my GameCube games and my GameCube stuff to university, but the Wii was coming out because like the Wii was the new console. And my girlfriend convinced me, and I listened to her because I was also very poor. I was a poor student. My girlfriend convinced me to sell a bunch of my GameCube games that I wouldn't play again, and I kept some of them because the Wii is backwards compatible with the GameCube. So I was like, no, I'm keeping this. I like this one. I'm keeping this one. So, but I was like, you know what? She's right. I'm in school. I need money. I don't have much. So I sold the GameCube to a pawn shop. I sold a bunch of the games, um, and then I bought myself a Wii, and I kept the Wii. And she was like, she pretended to like games, but just to be like the responsible person. It's like, I like video games too, but we're growing up, kind of thing. It's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. But over the subsequent years, she realized she revealed eventually, yeah, she didn't actually like video games at all. And she
Ah,
and she was like pushing me to get rid of the Wii, and I wouldn't get rid of the Wii. And in fact, I spent I spent a bunch of time
sounds like
in
she
that.
was trying to turn you into Prince Harry.
Yep, pretty much didn't work out. But I went very far for her in the end, but it didn't work out. Eventually, I just rebelled. But um, I spent a good chunk of that relationship, especially when it was on the rocks, playing Wii games. And a lot of Wii games were games that I just kind of I grew to love because I was basically escaping from her. So like I played a lot of No More Heroes, played a lot of Mario Galaxy, um, and I have like a special connection to the games of that era, specifically because I had like nothing else in my life that was good. I was enjoying nothing at all, but except for those games. So I was like, okay. So now
Oof.
I'm like, but at this point in my life, I've largely regained my collection, at least the ones that I wanted back. So I'm feeling okay about it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got your collections back because, oof, fuck that. Never let them take away your video games. Chat.
Yeah, never let them take away your video games.
And never let them stop you from grilling either.
From grilling,
Exactly.
but grilling is fascism, or so I've been told.
Yeah, it releases carbon into the air or something, even though factories do like 100 million times more.
Okay, so the McLean's map is back up and running, and it looks to be about the same as the other map. Certain ridings are in. The liberals and the conservatives are in like a dead heat. Jeb's territory is being slowly pushed back.
Fucking fuckers. They're stealing another election from Jeb.
Yep. They can't keep getting away with it, guys. They can't keep getting away with it. Let's see. Is there anything new? Oh, Edmonton. Edmonton has a couple seats that are showing up now. Vancouver won't be for another little bit though. Another 8 minutes till we see something out of the West Coast. What's down here? Nothing in Calgary yet. Okay. Now I recall seeing several videos from like everybody's favorite bread tubers where they were going down the social fascism rabbit hole, if you know what that is, where the idea is anything that is not blatantly open socialism is some degree of fascism because it enables fascism. So like social democracy is fascism. It's like shut the fuck up. God, that's so
It,
dumb.
it really just sounds like you're either with me or you're with the terrorists, but with extra steps.
Yeah, yeah. Fuck, dude. Like I don't understand why Marxists, of all people, rail against fascism and have all these intricate theories about fascism when fascism wasn't even part of Marxist theory. Marx didn't account for it because it didn't exist yet. It's like you can't look at one of Marx's writings and see Marx said this about fascism because it's just not true. You know what I mean?
Well, fascist is just the thing on the far right scale on their chart. So they gotta they gotta focus on that, and everything is that thing because you're either with us or against us.
Yeah, yeah. Fuck. At this point, I've like
Everything is racist. Everything is sexist. Everything is homophobic. You point it all out.
someone in the chat said fascism is just non-Marxist socialism. Yeah. You know what? Okay. Lilith, I know I linked to you my video where I said fascism is post-Marxist socialism, and I went over like some fascist texts that kind of, and I talked about like certain links between them, like through George Sorel and all this, and I think you watched that video, so I think you know like on a base level what I'm talking about. Um, the past couple months, I've been like diving deep into political theory, and I've been trying to. My goal has been to find reasons for the more ridiculous claims that everyone seems to have. Okay? So, for example, you see people on the left who say that, like, libertarians are just fascists with mask on, right? And that sounds so ridiculous because, like, a major component of fascism is having a large, centralized, powerful state, and libertarians don't like that, by definition. So, like, how could they possibly be related ideologies? Like you can see the links between something like libertarian socialism or market socialism and Stalinism. That's very easy to figure out because any kind of centralized redistributive effort requires a state to do it, and the more redistribution, the stronger the state. Like you can see how you can very easily get from the libertarian socialist to the authoritarian socialist position. There's a clear highway between them, but there's no clear highway between libertarianism and fascism, even though they're both apparently on the right. So I decided to look into that, and I was looking into, well, where does fascism come from, and I was looking at like the socialist texts of the 1910s that was like the fascist precursor. I was reading a bunch of obscure shit to try and just find out why people have such ridiculous ideas. And I think the conclusion I've come to is that there is a book for anything. Like any dumb idea, any stupid take will have a book that says, yes, this is good. I'm kind of like losing hope at this point in
There
political
pretty
theory.
much is. I'm sure there's a book. I'm sure there's genres of book talking about why cannibalism is actually good. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't surprise me.
Dev, what books did you read in order to BTFO Sargoy? I was the one who told Sargon to read Zeev Sternhell's uh, Neither Right Nor Left. I bullied him into reading that. And he's like, thank you. Even though it was really fucking boring, it was the best thing I've ever read. And it's like, good. Because it's basically like a very long, very dry history text that outlines a bunch of events that happened in France during the First World War that led to fascism. And how, like, I know fascism started in Italy, but it had its birth out of French socialism. And he goes in very, very meticulous, very boring detail into how that all worked. So it's reasonable for somebody who's interested in politics to read it, but it's not so reasonable for a normie to read it. It's too ridiculous, you know. Dev obviously hasn't read Ayn Rand yet. I read her in high school, man. I think it was Fountainhead I read in high school. Let's see. Let's go back to the map here.
You haven't read Atlas Shrugged?
No, that's the one that everyone says I should. I've only read Fountainhead.
A lot of people say Fountainhead's better, anyways, but like Atlas Shrugged's her more famous works. I don't know. It's been so long since I read Ayn Rand. I've basically forgotten a lot of it.
Is that why you became a libertarian? Because you read Ayn Rand?
No, I became a libertarian because I like freedom and I like owning guns.
Oh, fair enough.
I like not being killed for being myself, and
yeah,
I just kind of like doing my own thing, and hopefully the government will leave me alone.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know you've described yourself as like libertarian center because you're not like crazy into the anarcho-capitalist stuff, but you're also not like on the lib left either.
I've described myself as a grillertarian. Or
a grillertarian.
Yeah, where it's like, okay, I recognize there's like benefits to reading theory, but it's just so boring.
Oh, fuck yes. Yes, it is. Christ. Okay, here.
I just like freedom and not being told what to do. And also, I'm not the biggest fan of collectivizing. If people want to collectivize and form their own like little communes, tiny little chazzes, as long as they don't kill teenagers or take over properties that's not theirs, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, same here.
But it's just like, I also feel like people should respect my freedom to do what I want without, as long as I'm not directly hurting others. So it's like,
I pretty much think the same thing, and I'm like, I just consider myself like a classical liberal, you know, like a John Lockean liberal kind of thing. Like that's where I land, which like I've heard some people on the left call that conservatism. I've heard people call it fascism. I've heard people on the right call that communism. So I guess I'm doing something right. If they both fucking hate me, I guess I'm doing something right.
Yeah, it's usually a good sign that you're doing something right. If people call you a communist and a fascist at the same time.
Yeah. Update: Lib 71, Cons 36, NDP 11, Block 9, Green 1. Let's see. Oh yeah, things have actually switched around. So the Liberals are up 3, the Conservatives are down 3, the New Democrats are up 3, and the Bloc is down 3. Ah, okay. Do we have enough report here? So I'm going to head over to these ones that we know, okay? So for example here, all right. Conservatives have defeated Liberals by 8,576 votes. The conservative incumbent got 52% of the vote. The Liberal got 22%. The NDP got 11. The People's Party got 8, and the Greens got 5. Okay, so PPC running higher than I would have thought, because the PPC did not get numbers even close to 8% in the last election. So, Like things are definitely shifting. It's like the thing with the PPC is they're going to be on a slow burn for the next few election cycles. I don't see they could get a seat. They could get one seat in this election, but I don't see them really breaking into the top in any meaningful way for a little bit. So yeah, see, like same kind of layout here. Conservative incumbent 1, Liberals low, NDP low, and People's Party is around 8%. Yeah. Yep. A lot of incumbents seem to be winning their old seats. So let's see here. Uh, Incumbent Conservative in this area, he won. Let's see Fredericton. Oh yeah, the incumbent in Fredericton, I think, was the Green Party, and like the Green Party's being slaughtered. I don't think the Green Party people are getting like a seat. Like they went from 1 to 3 in the last couple of elections, but I don't think they're getting any. Oh, this one actually flipped. In this riding, a conservative took a spot from a liberal. That's a yeah. But in most of these ridings, the conservatives and the liberals they're just winning. Oh, here's another flip. But in most of them, they're just winning their incumbent seats. There seems to be not much change happening this time around.
Seems reasonable.
And it's because I think people just didn't want this election, and I think this is proving it. The fact that so many incumbents are winning, because I know like that's the case in the United States, but that's less entrenched. It does happen a fair amount of the time, but it is less entrenched here in Canada. 2 Liberal ministers have lost their incumbent seat, so that's actually a big deal.
Huh. How many Conservatives have lost their seat? Or if any?
We don't know yet. Things are still shifting around. Yeah, I'm just looking at the confirmed ones. Because like here, I'll zoom in on Toronto. Okay, zoom. And Vaughan, the Conservatives leading. I don't know if Vaughan normally. Wait, this is Melissa Lanceman. She looks like a like the stereotype of a lesbian with like the short like long spiked hair, and she's wearing like a power suit, and she's running as a conservative. That's actually surprising. I mean, cool, you know, cool, but like I would not have seen that coming.
Nice.
But yeah, it honestly seems like. Did the map crash? I think the map crashed. It honestly seems like things are just kind of laying out the way that they laid out before. A lot of these seats look about the same. No big surprises tonight, guys. No big surprises tonight.
Well, guess more of the same as it ever was.
Yep. How's Ottawa looking? Because Ottawa's filling in. Yep, still looking pretty close. They're trying to fortify the election away from Jeb, dude. That's what it is. That's what's happening. Yeah, a lot of Ontario is filling out now. A lot of like the smaller little spots, and you know what? It's actually kind of showing up the way that you'd think, where there are a lot of places that are rural that have conservative votes. There are a lot of places that are cities that have liberal votes. And in a weird reversion, in a weird difference from American politics, places that are extremely far away from anything generally vote NDP. And you'd think it'd be the way around because generally people who are like in working class and living like in the flyover state, you'd think that they would be more left leaning. More right-leaning. But in Canada, it's different because when you get this far north, I'm going to zoom out a bit on the map. When you get this far north, where there's no infrastructure, where there are areas that are the size of like 5 or 6 American states up here in the middle of nowhere, that nonetheless only have like 5,000 people living in them. Like it's just pure wilderness up here. And generally, what happens up there, at the most part, are like military installations, research installations, mining towns, or just native people who happen to live up there. So
You forget the number one Canadian export,
what's that?
dirt.
Dirt. Dirt.
Have you ever watched Ren and Stimpy?
No, actually. Was that a Ren and Stimpy joke?
Yeah, it was. It's
Oh no.
there was an episode where Ren and Stimpy they became, I guess, Canadians or something, and
Oh,
they
okay.
were even wearing like Mountie like outfits and
Oh.
stuff, and they were like starving to death at some
So
at some point, and Ren's like, Stimpy, we are look at what we are surrounded by. What is Canada's number one national export? Dirt.
no, I didn't watch
And
Ren
then
and
they
Stimpy when I
start
was
eating
younger.
dirt.
They're just swimming in it. Fuck.
Yeah.
Well, what happens up in the tundra is that basically in order to even maintain any kind of civilization or infrastructure up there, you need a heavy you need like a pretty centralized government that is willing to fund projects up in the middle of nowhere. So usually places, if you go far enough north in Canada, places generally vote NDP because these are people that would be like forgotten about by civilization. So they
I
often vote
see.
NDP up there.
But they're already not getting infrastructure.
They get some, but not nearly as much as they should, to be honest. Like, okay, here's the thing. The main reason that I'm not a libertarian is because there are very like I know this isn't all libertarians, but there are a lot of libertarians who are just like anti-government on principle. It's like, okay, I can understand why, but at the same time, there are
There's a lot to dislike.
yes, there's like I'm trying to figure out a way to actually word this. The free market does not work for everything all the time, and that's just a pure fact. It doesn't. There are some times where there's like a fast developing emergency situation that needs to be handled now, and the market is too slow to react to it. And so at that point, you actually might need a command push in some direction to get things going. You know, a vaccine and a pandemic is a good example of this. Now, I'm not saying anything about this pandemic, but just think about the possibility of a pandemic that could seriously harm a population, and yet it is not profitable yet to create a vaccine or to create some kind of cure. That's why you want government to step in and say, listen, hey, make some, here's a boatload of money, make this shit because we need it. Like there's definitely an argument for government intervention where it makes sense. And I know a lot of libertarians like to claim Frederick Hayek, but Hayek says in a lot of his writings, there are places where it makes sense for government to direct things in times of extreme need. But that's not most times, and that's not most markets. Which is why
There's some libertarians who would claim John Smith was a socialist.
yes, fucking insane. You mean Adam Smith? Or John Smith?
Sorry, Adam
Yeah,
Smith.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Fucking
My
insane.
bad. God, what is wrong with me?
No, it's okay. But like, yeah, that's insane. That's insane. Fucking like the I don't want to like retread old ground, especially old ground from Twitter, but there are definitely like branches of the more extreme libertarian positions and of the anarcho-capitalist positions where they say stuff like Friedman is a socialist. So what, the Friedman is a socialist? Like, are you fucking nuts? Like these people don't know what socialism is, I've read
Socialism is when government does stuff.
well, according to Richard Wolff in his debate with Destiny, it might actually be like did you see that debate?
I haven't.
Okay, so Richard Wolff is like, I don't know if you know who he is. He's like a well-known Marxist professor in the United States at some university, and he's very well known. And he debates Destiny, and Richard Wolff, he gives 3 definitions for socialism, and the first one is literally when the government does stuff. And it's like, oh, are you using like the Hoppian definition of socialism now? Whenever the government does anything, it's socialism. It's like, I didn't know you were an ANCAP, Richard Wolff.
I, I was looking it up. Socialism is when the government does stuff, and the first thing was Rich. The autofill is socialism is when government does.
Oh, you cut out there. Are you back?
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
I forgot I was on first to talk. The first suggestion was socialism is when the government does stuff. Richard Wolff.
Yep, exactly. Like his debate with Destiny was so disastrous that just became the meme, you know? Yeah, he literally said that government healthcare was socialism in that debate, and it's fucking stupid. Yeah, like, so I've read one of Hop's books at this point, and Hop, yeah, in one of Hop's books, he makes the case that capitalism is individual ownership of property, and socialism is group ownership. He says something like that. So to him, not only is like Marxist Leninism socialism, not only is just general state ownership, like public property, like liberal state ownership socialism. Corporations are socialism, and I'm just like, that nobody outside of the ANCAP sphere uses that definition of socialism, right? Like nobody views it that way. So honestly, I've realized as soon as you get to the fringes of politics that you're using your own lexicon, your own language for things that no one else is using, you are like 10 times more likely to just talk past other people. You know what I mean?
I mean, the definition isn't technically wrong though, unless I'm mistaken, because capitalism, as defined, is as a private ownership of property.
True. So, but there's multiple definitions, right? So, for example, if you're going to talk to like a bread tuber, like a serfs or a Vosh or a thought slime or whoever, and you were to ask them for their definitions on these things, they would say that socialism is the workers owning the means of production, and capitalism is not that, and so they can say, and they can be internally consistent when they say that the Soviet Union was capitalism, because it wasn't the workers owning the means of production, it was the state owning the means of production. Meanwhile, you can sit down with an ANCAP, and an ANCAP can say something along the lines of, only when the individual owns the means of production is it capitalism. Everything else is socialism. And by their rules, they'll be correct. So it really ends up being a lot of just definitions, arguing over definitions. What is socialism? What is capitalism? And that's not like a helpful discussion. When you're just arguing over definitions, it's not a helpful discussion. Now, one way to
It does boggle the discussions down.
Yeah. One way to remedy this is to use original definitions if possible. Okay? So, for example, if you really want to go back, like go really far back in the socialist tradition, back to like pre-Marx, the pre-Marx socialists, you can go back to like, what was his name? Pierre Leroux, or you can go to like, I can't pronounce French names, like Henry Saint Simon, like these guys, these old Frenchmen from the 1700s, and their definition of socialism is something along the lines of rationally ordering society, and then later it was added through social control of the means of production. That came later, and then Marx took that and made it worker control of the means of production. And so you can see how definitions morph. But the thing is, a lot of the fascists came about. A lot of the early fascists came about because they looked at Marx. They said Marx ruined socialism after Marx's failures. And this is like a long story. Basically, Marx was like prophetic socialism. He said, he didn't say that we had to push for X, Y, Z. He predicted it would happen naturally. Marxist theory says that there will be a revolt of the proletariat. It'll happen. That's just how it is. It's very predictive. And so Marx had predicted a great European war, which will happen, and that the proletariat would refuse to fight it, and that would be where socialism begins. And it turns out that World War One happened, and the proletariat didn't refuse to fight it. They they fought they fought each other and died. And not only that, all of the various Marxist like leagues and groups and clubs and all these nations ended up becoming hyper nationalistic, and they supported their nations. So you have George Sorel, who was a socialist, and he said he wrote a book called the
In many
De
cases, it's the same way today.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
China today, they're hyper nationalistic.
yes,
Like
yes,
they might be
exactly.
call themselves socialist and communist,
Yep.
but they they are super duper nationalistic, and
Hmm.
they oof oof.
Well, this is the thing.
If you think Americans are bad,
Well, the Chinese are they're like Sorelian socialists. So George Sorel, he comes out and he writes a book called The Decomposition of Marxism, where he claims that the original socialist tradition from pre-Marx was destroyed by Marx and his awful theories, and that socialism had to reclaim the legitimacy of the workers or something. And so he lays out basically his theory, Sorelian theory. Um, he was also a syndicalist, so he believed in the powers of striking and in the powers of unions, and he made that a central part of his theory. And so he says Marx was wrong about the revolutionary potential of the proletariat, because the proletariat is always the most reactionary force in every society, which makes sense. Like in any society, in any country, who are the most traditionalist people? Oh, the working class, right? Like no brainer on that one. So George Sorel
yep.
asks the question: what would a true working class revolt against the powers that be look like? And he said it would be a very reactionary one. And so he starts outlining, like, if we're going to truly have a working class revolt and implement socialism or achieve socialism, and he was using the older meaning of the term, meaning a rational ordering of society, it would have to be along national lines, so the nation or the race or the ethnicity. It would have to be along state lines, so the country, patriotism, or it would have to be along um, religious lines, because he said that Marx was too materialistic, and he lacked and Marxism lacks what he called mythos, and that the working class is motivated to revolt by mythos. And so a true working class revolt using the power of strikes and unions, because he was a syndicalist, would have to evoke mythos. And so he develops a theory that he calls national syndicalism. And national syndicalism is basically that a revolutionary socialist state will have to nationalize the trade unions and then incorporate not incorporate. They would have to basically use the power of the trade unions to um to revolt against like the landed aristocracy, basically. And so you would have like a union controlled state where the workers revolt against the bourgeoisie, but they would have to revolt in the name of some kind of traditionalism. And this made sense back in the 1910s, because you had a lot of like socialites in the bourgeoisie who were traveling around Europe and
Mm.
going to parties, and it was very much like a working class is local, ruling class is international kind of divide. We still see that today. Um, and
Yeah, we
so
do.
and so Giovanni Gentile comes along, takes Sorelian theory and turns it into fascism, because the fascio were Italy's trade unions, and fascism began as national syndicalism, because Mussolini, he nationalized the trade unions. He did exactly what George Sorel theorized in his national syndicalism. So that ended up being the link between fascism and socialism. It was basically when socialists rejected Marx, they ended up at fascism.
Hmm.
And you have to read like 600 pages of boring fucking history to get to that.
That is interesting, though, and that link makes sense in theory.
Yeah.
That would make sense why, some people would latch onto that and focus on the nationalistic or the racial aspect.
Yep. And then like you can make it actually you can make a strong like philosophy bro argument that Hitler wasn't a true fascist because he didn't come out of the Sorelian tradition. But by it's true technically, but by that logic, the only true fascists were the Italians and the Spanish. But that's a very like academic view of fascism, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry for the rant.
No, no.
Sorry political rant. Okay, let's see. So Perry Sound has reelected their incumbent conservative. That's no surprise. A lot of the incumbents are getting what they were getting before. A lot of conservative incumbents are getting what they had before. Yep. Let's see. A lot of places are just kind of going with the way that they were going before. I'm sorry guys. I know like we're doing an election stream here, but there's nothing to like comment on. Like, oh, in Thunder Bay they're going conservative against a liberal incumbent, but it's close. Let's see, Winnipeg, conservative incumbent won. Yep, there's not much changing here, unfortunately.
We should look at the flips, though. Is there
The
a
flips, yeah.
chart?
Well,
Yeah.
yep. I'm checking out Vancouver. Vancouver's starting to come in. Let's see here. Let me zoom in real close. Yep.
Someone's in a chat says real fascism has never been tried.
God. Here we go. Yeah.
Although one could make that argument, though.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, actually no, because like Mussolini was definitely true fascism for sure. Like by original fascist theory, yeah, they did it and it sucked.
Yeah, but it's not the perfect, super duper idealized version of
Yeah.
fascism where everything is all rainbows and butterflies. So
Here, let's see. Just give me a second here. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
have a go to use the restroom. Be right back.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So Liberals are up 4 seats. They've gained 4 seats so far, and Conservatives are down 6, and the Bloc are down 2, and the New Democrats are up 4. So far, the two lefty parties are actually gaining seats. I'm surprised. Yeah, but a lot of things just aren't flipping. You know, a lot of things are remaining the same. Seems to be how it goes, guys. Yeah, Hitler did not draw from Marx the way that Sorel did and the way that Giovanni Gentile did. Yeah, Hitler and Goebbels' writing came out of Hegel, but they took a different route. Here, let's check out the other map. Where is it? Here we go. So, yeah, see, it's getting rough. It's getting rough, guys. So the Libs leading and elected. Okay, so here's how it's set up, okay? You need 170 seats to form a majority government. The Liberals currently have 130. The Conservatives currently have 74. The Bloc has 25. The NDP have 18. The Greens have 1. The PPC have 0. The PPC does have more than the popular vote of the Greens, which did happen last time. Which didn't happen last time. We still have a number of seats that aren't in yet, so we don't know what's going on. But the Liberals are still down 25 seats from their last election, because they were at 155 before, and the Conservatives are still down 45 seats. So there's still a number of, all these still have to come into play, and a lot of this is conservative heartland right here. So I think we'll see this gap close. But I do think we're probably going to end up with another liberal minority government, which is exactly what everybody thought was going to happen. Hey, what is Bernier's riding? I'm kind of curious. I gotta look it up. It's Ottawa Center. Okay. Give me a
Oh,
second.
who did you vote for, Dev?
That is a secret.
Oh, okay.
The thing is, actually, Dave also wants to keep his vote a secret, and Dom wants to keep her vote a secret.
Don't want to get canceled.
Pretty much.
Uh,
Though I will say, we all voted for different people. We all voted for different
fair enough.
parties, rather. Okay, I'm kind of looking up. What is? Do you guys know? What's it called? Where is it? Beauce? Where is it anyway? Where is that riding? I want to find it. Is it in Montreal? I'll have to look it up. Electoral district in Quebec. Okay, it's kind of like over here on the border. No, here it is. Okay. Oh, I don't. Okay, hold on. Let me go back to the other map and see what it's like over. Come on, this one. Nope. This one. Yeah, see, Maxime Bernier in his own seat is only at 13%. That is more. That is more than what he had last time, but it is not enough. He's tying the Liberals, and he's just behind the Bloc, but the incumbent Conservative is at 51%. So, like, I do not think he's going to get his seat, guys. I don't think Mad Max is getting his seat. Okay. Yep. CBC News now projects a Liberal government. That's about right. It's probably going to be a Liberal minority.
well,
Yep. I mean, the Conservative heartland still haven't come in. And as they come in, they are definitely going blue. But it will probably be Liberal minority, Conservatives around the Liberals and Conservatives around where they are, and nothing's changed. You know what I mean?
such is life.
Such is life. Here, I've got to go to the washroom too, so I'll be back. You take the reins, Lilith.
Sweet. All right. I never know what to say during these times. I was in the bathroom and Canada. What about Viva Fry? He's pretty cool. Well, Dev's not here to answer. Oh wait, is that a place? Never mind. Sorry. I was thinking of a YouTuber. Oh wait, he's running? Huh. The lawyer from Montreal he was running? Huh. What do I think about Texas? Texas is generally pretty cool. And what kind of guns do I own? I probably won't mention a list now, but a few. How have I been? I've been fantastic, and thank you. Um, oh, he's running for a PPC. Interesting. 44 votes. Well, he's a good YouTuber, but that doesn't always translate to being a good politician as in terms of votes. Thankfully, the same thing happened with Cenk Uyghur when he ran, and Cenk Uyghur got absolutely destroyed by like I believe like 2 or 3 Republicans in his own district. That in L.A. By the way, like ooh, it was so bad. They kept asking for like donations. Oh, we need to try to get past the whatever, but nope, the incumbent Democrat won by a huge majority, and Jen got like 2-4%. When I wear a cowboy hat, yes, absolutely, I would wear a cowboy hat while grilling and drilling. V, V's here. Hey V, now kick him. Joking. I the 50 cal. Poof, I never shot one, but I've always wanted to. There's the gun range that I go to have like a 50 cal for rent, but I've just never taken a dive and just try it. I don't think it would be that fun to fire 50 cal in a gun range, anyways.
I know Sargon did it, and it kind of knocked him on his ass. All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks very much. So I guess we should probably at this point announce that I have no problem. I have no problem admitting that on some level I'm just ripping them off. But um in the vein of Adam and Sitch, and in the vein of the EFAP guys, Lilith and I, once she's settled into her new house and actually can do like a weekly, a consistent weekly schedule, we're going to do a weekly stream, like the Tism guys, like EFAP, and like the Adam and Sitch Sunday show.
Already got a react and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
And that'll probably be on a different like Dev and Lilith channel, and that'll probably be what the Tubcast morphs into. And we've decided to do it. I think as long as this is still good with you, Lilith, we've decided to do it on Wednesday night. And sorry, go on.
Wednesday should be okay. Although
Yeah.
probably afternoon or morning might be better, but we'll see. Either
Well,
or.
I mean, night for me is afternoon for you, right?
Yes, but I usually have the morning or really late into the night free.
Oh yeah, because you like sleep during the day.
Yeah, sadly I do.
Well, the idea basically is one, we wanted to we wanted to turn the Tubcast into something a little bit different. We didn't just want to ape the style of Dumping with Scrump. Two, I really like those weekly shows where people react to stuff. I think that's actually a really good format. We can have guests on. You can do that sort of thing. And three, it's basically going to be a way to help Lilith jumpstart her own YouTube situation. And also four, just for the convenience of splitting revenue, it makes it a lot easier if all of our collaborations are on one channel, because Lilith will be, just like with Adam and Sitch, the revenue will be split, and that will hopefully help Lilith out as well. So
we're still gonna do content on this channel too.
Sure. But like the idea is going to be like a Dev and Lilith weekly Wednesday show. And the reason that we chose Wednesday is because like EFAP pretty much has Saturday locked up with like our like wider viewer base.
We're gonna record on Wednesdays. Doesn't mean that we're gonna release on Wednesdays, I guess.
Well, no, we're gonna be streaming them.
Oh.
Yeah, because
okay,
for the supers, right?
Yeah, yes, that's streaming. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But the idea basically is that Adam and Sitch already have Sunday stitched up. EFAP, they've cornered the market on Saturday. The TISM guys, even though they're irregular, they're usually on Tuesday. I didn't want to step on anybody's tails because like we share the same audience, like the EFAP guys, the Adam and Sitch guys, Sargon, my channel, V, Arch. We have like relatively the same audience. There's a lot of overlap there. So basically I didn't want to like fuck with anybody else's time slot. And Wednesday seemed to be a good day. So we're going to be doing the weekly Wednesday show. That'll be starting. I already ordered the branding. Here, do you have a copy of it? Here, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me see. PC. Assets. Here. Let me see if I can just open it up in Paint and show you. Okay, check this out. Yeah. See, we already have the artwork done for the new channel. I think it looks pretty good. I showed it to you on Twitter.
Hey,
Yeah.
Let's get cute art.
Yeah. See, I always like artwork of me to just be like infuriating. I want every bit of artwork of me to have like a punchable face. Yeah. So
My face is quite punchable too.
with that like cat smug,
Yeah,
the smirk.
kind of.
Yeah. So basically, the idea is we're gonna be aiming to do a weekly Wednesday show. And I have no problem with aping Sitch and Adam style because Sitch and Adam are such good guys.
Yeah, awesome.
I would love to be on their show more often. But the thing is, like I feel weird about it. Okay, I'm just gonna admit this to you guys. Okay, I'm just gonna admit this to you guys. Sitch and Adam are fine with having people on if they ask. So they've had Sargon on, they've had Aiden Paladin, Actual Justice Warrior. They've had me on, they had V on, I think. The idea is, but they want people to ask them to go on. And I just feel weird about asking to go on. It's like, it's not my show, Like, it feels strange to ask. It feels like I'm intruding. So.
Yeah, it feels a bit awkward. Like, oh, can I go on? But
yeah. Well, you should actually try to go on at some point, Lilith.
I believe Sinatra has invited me to one of his podcasts. Mentioned
yeah?
at one time. Yeah. So maybe I could talk more with him and appear, because I should just do more content in general.
Get yourself out there a bit. So let's see.
Also, yes, and Sinatra's very cool.
He does, like, I haven't seen too much of his stuff, but he seems to be a nice guy. Yeah, for sure.
Yes, he's pretty decent.
Okay, so Maxime Bernier did in fact pick up steam at the end in his own riding. He came second place, so good for him. But the Conservatives still won by quite a bit. The Conservatives still won by 1,500 votes. So, but still, much better showing than last time. Like, this is actually an improvement for the PPC quite a bit. And good on him. Let's see. So apparently there's ridings in Alberta where the PPC is actually showing up, and yeah, there seems to be. Yeah. They're not breaking through though the way that they need to be. Like they're not even getting. It doesn't seem like they're gonna get a seat. Yeah. The Conservatives are winning all their old seats. You see, the Liberals. So on CBC, the Liberals are down 8 and the Conservatives are up 5 right now, but that is not enough to dethrone Trudeau. Trudeau is if this is true, Trudeau's going to win, but he's going to have a weaker government than he had.
So he gets more time, but he gets even less stuff done.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I guess if I were Canadian, I'd take that.
It's a slow burn against him, it seems. Our Tories aren't as bad as the UK's Tories, but they're still pretty bad. Here, Vancouver's coming in. Let's zoom in on Vancouver. See where they're at. Lots of Liberal and NDP. In fact, I think Vancouver East is where my friends used to live, and that went like very NDP. West Vancouver is going conservative though. Oh, there's. Let's see. Okay, so
Oh,
Elizabeth May, the woman who stepped down and retired as leader of the Green Party, is currently winning the race in her incumbent seat.
it is she still running?
I think so. I hope it's not all just write-ins. I think she's running. I think
It'll,
she.
it'll, it'll suck if it's just write-ins.
I think she's just like running casually. Like, yeah, I guess so. Fuck it. You don't have anybody else. Fuck it. But like, she's not doing anything
It's
anymore.
like One Punch Man being a hero for fun.
Yeah. Singh is out.
Casually goes, runs into, casually does an election and casually wins.
uh, Guys, what is Singh's? What is Jagmeet Singh's seat in Vancouver? Is it? Ah, I don't know. I don't know what his seat is, so I gotta figure it out. I'm just looking here. Cause man, okay, there are so many candidates named Singh.
Oh, I hate that name for some reason. Singh.
Yeah.
Ugh. It's
Are
just
are
there's another thing, yeah.
are you being a racist over there?
Maybe just racist against people named Singh with an H. It's just ugh. It's such a disgusting word.
Uh-oh.
I don't get it why it revolts me so much.
You're getting canceled now.
Yeah, fuck people named Singh.
Scroll down to leader watch you boomer. Oh, okay. Watch this writing. Okay, view
I'm
TV.
joking.
Sorry. Okay, so he's
Or not.
sorry, just that I found it finally. Thank you for telling me to scroll down to leader watch. Sorry. Yeah, he's currently tied for his seat. All right. Yep. Maxime Bernier was defeated in his riding. The bloc leader was elected to his riding. Of course he would be. He's very popular amongst Quebecers. Let's see Trudeau's. Yep, Trudeau seems to be winning in his riding. And O'Toole, he seems to be winning. Like the leaders seem to, like the leaders
Oh
are,
no.
are getting their own too. Like things seem to be just stacking up the way they were before. What a waste of an election. Why the fuck would Trudeau call this? Nothing's actually changing on the map.
And he loses even more power. And more
He might.
people probably have COVID as a result because all these people going out.
Mm. See,
It makes you think.
the thing is, like
Ah, he's winning.
I've, man, I'm trying to parse my words very carefully. Okay?
Yes, go ahead.
There is a lot of hysteria surrounding the vaccine. A lot of nonsense. A lot of misinformation. And
Yeah.
I do not believe that you'll take the vaccine and in 5 years you'll find that your RNA has been edited to the point that you morph into a lizard person or something stupid like that. The 5G nonsense is dumb. The vaccines, like at this point, okay, here. People talk about people dying of the vaccine. It's happened. People talk about bad outcomes from the like complications from the vaccine. That's happened too. Okay, you can't deny it. We've seen the news articles. We've seen people who are dead. We know that it happens sometimes. It is not on the same level as catching COVID. So, COVID has a 0.02% death rate. Okay. Now
Yeah.
that's aggregated across everyone. Old, young, in shape, out of shape. Obviously, people who are older or fatter, they're going to have a worse time. People who are younger or healthier will have a better time. But the average is 0.02%. That's how many people have died of COVID. Okay. If the vaccine was causing as many deaths as that, okay? As we've now vaxed 2 billion people. If it was causing 0.02% of those people to die, that would be approximately 40 million corpses that, like, extra dead people that would exist. And they don't. Like, no government
Yeah.
could cover that up. You know? Like, where's the funerals? You know? Like, no, this is not a grand conspiracy. No.
Look,
No.
Dev, if the government could cover up that the world is actually flat, and they could cover about that southern Arctic ice wall that jails us like criminals, who knows what they can hide?
Yep. See, and also more importantly, what matters more than
But yeah,
statistics like that?
I get it.
Yeah.
It's
No,
just
I understand. I understand. It's just that I don't want to like lose my train of thought here because it's kind of this is hard to put together for me. What matters? What matters more than statistics are stories, right? So you can feed somebody perfectly accurate numbers, and yet if their best friend took the vaccine and died, they're not going to want to take it, regardless of the odds, because an emotional story is more important to a lot of people than the numbers. That's how they intuit things, you know. Um, and you know what? Those intuitions are not unreasonable, because if you've experienced that, like, you can't say it didn't happen. Okay, so
hmm
all that being said,
like anecdotal evidence can be very easily dismissed, but it's a bit different story if it's happened to the actual
yeah.
person.
So for example, um, your girlfriend had a bad time with COVID. So to you personally, it probably seems extra ridiculous when somebody says COVID doesn't exist. That makes right. You know what I mean?
Well, it's demonstrable that COVID exists. They would
Yes.
just be making a false statement. I mean, they could say COVID isn't as deadly as the media is making it out to be, then
hmm
that could be
hmm
a point worth arguing about. But then, but I'm sure that's not what you meant, right?
No, no. Here's kind of what I mean though. Like, despite all of that stuff about the vaccine, you can make the exact same arguments about the virus itself, because for most people who catch it, it's not gonna fucking kill them. You know?
Well, the vaccine does make it less likely to die from it. Like,
Yes. It apparently like
far less likely.
yeah.
Like,
So
it's demonstrable what the rate it reduces hospitalization.
yes, yeah,
So
yeah.
some people are saying the vaccine does nothing or it doesn't do anything. That's also
hmm
not what's been
Yeah,
demonstrated.
yeah. See, it's kind of funny because even though we're calling it a vaccine, it doesn't actually seem to be a vaccine. It seems to be like a is it called a treatment you get to prevent something. What is it? Is it prophylactic? I don't know what the word is. But it seems to be that, because getting the vaccine, it doesn't make it impossible for you to transmit it. It makes it a little bit less likely, but not impossible. And it doesn't make it impossible for you to catch it. It makes it a little bit less likely, but it doesn't make it impossible. What it does overwhelmingly do is make you have an easier time if you catch it. That's the overwhelming purpose of it. So that's not a vaccine, because a vaccine should prevent you from getting it, or at least make it less likely that you get it. A like this is like a treatment basically, or a
No, it's a vaccine of sorts. It still helps
kinda,
because
yeah,
vaccines, that's what it's for. It's just a different way. Like,
yeah. It's a prophylactic, yeah. It's preventative treatment. Yeah, it's like it's okay, man. I'm really trying to like not fucking get Susan Wojcicki to yeet us, but I have to tell the truth here. I'm really trying to figure it out. The majority of what the vaccine does for a person is it makes it so that you have a less likely chance of having complications and therefore having to go to the hospital if and when you catch COVID. Now, the vaccine for, say, polio, doesn't make, as far as I understand, does not make it so that you have a lesser symptoms when you catch polio. It makes it so that you don't catch polio. You know what I mean? Like it's a different kind of treatment.
I don't know enough about the vaccine itself
Yeah, yeah,
to, but from what I can tell, it's not that different. Like polio, like because like we get flu shots, right?
yeah.
And we have to get those all the time.
You don't have to. To be fair,
Yeah,
like
no,
I
no,
haven't, I
we
haven't.
don't have to, but it mutates. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah, yes,
problem with
yes, yes.
that's why the vaccine doesn't completely make you immune.
There's some fucking copium dude in there. You're a shill, and I'm out. No, I'm saying something that I believe to be true that you don't like. So fucking deal with it. All right, Christ. So in any case, my larger point here, because my point actually isn't about the vaccine at all. And in fact, even if I get certain things wrong about the vaccine, it doesn't change my larger point. And my
Nobody's gonna like what we're saying here.
yeah, of course. And
We're taking like a trying to be nuanced about it, and
yeah, 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 yeah.
people feel very
So
strongly.
the because here's the thing. When it comes to COVID, one, most people will not die of it or have to be intubed. And two, natural immunity is a thing. It's real. So, for people who have caught COVID, I don't think you need the vaccine. And yet, that statement is considered controversial now.
Mm, I I would say, what I would say like not everybody needs. I like it would be a very sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Hold on a second, though. Naomi's sneaking in. What do you want? All right. All right. Are you going to bed? Here, come here. Here, have a good night. Okay. Yeah.
My position of vaccines is simple. I think people should get it by this point, but I don't think it should be forced at gunpoint.
Of course not. Yeah.
It shouldn't be like a regulation.
Yeah. See, I was sick for 5 days, but I didn't die. I was never anywhere close to dying. That's most people. All right. You look at fucking Joe Rogan. All right. He's in good shape. He was done with it after 2 days. And you know what? Natural immunity exists. And you can actually make a reasonable argument that if you're naturally immune, you probably don't need the vaccine at this point. I think that's a reasonable thing to say because we would say it about everything else. You know? Like once you've caught that flu that's going around every year, you're probably not catching it a second time. You know what I mean?
No, people still catch it. Like after they caught it, I believe I caught like a COVID twice before.
Oh, sure, sure. But that's
Before getting the shot myself. I mean, the shot worked for me. I would, but some people have genuine issues and genuine beliefs
yeah,
that they don't
yep,
want it.
yep. The thing is, like, everyone's screaming about how the vaccine is terribly unsafe. I just don't believe that. However, everyone's also screaming about how you absolutely have to get the vaccine and you absolutely have to scan your phone every single time you go outside and you have to keep your fucking live in a bubble, be a fucking bubble boy. We used to make fun of these people, back when Seinfeld was on. And it's like, no, none of this is required. None of this is accurate. It seems nuts, man. It just seems nuts. Everybody seems like they're going insane right now on both sides.
There's always got to be extremes, though.
Yeah.
You gotta. I think although that doesn't bode well when the mainstream opinion seems to be pro forced mandates.
Yes, I completely agree with that. Like, if you want
But
to get it, you should be able to get it. You shouldn't be barred from you. But man, I am 100% not on board with any kind of coercive measure in that regard. That seems ridiculous to me. Seems like too
I'm
much.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate though. Like
Okay.
the people who say they are pro mandates, they would make the argument that the because the virus has more vectors to spread because of more people who might not have like defenses against the virus. As it spreads to more people, it would have more opportunity to mutate, and therefore it would kill more people and render previous vaccines um, ineffective. And it's not just your health; you're hurting others. How would you answer that?
Um,
When because that is that is an argument that's
yeah, I've seen a lot of like bread tubers make that argument. I've seen a lot of people on the left on Twitter make that argument. There's a few responses to that. I think one of them is just the Chad yes response of you don't have a right to walk outside your house and expect the entire world to be a absolutely safe zone where you live in this bubble that moves with you throughout your life. You don't have a right to have that. And if and if a person's bodily autonomy and bodily integrity means that you might get exposed to risk, so be it. Like that is the more important value. You can make that argument, and I think it's actually a pretty strong
that's
argument.
that's I've made that argument with Frida the other day, and I think that's the main crux. I believe the bodily autonomy is more important than
Hmm.
the any good that violating of said bodily autonomy could do. Because, like, okay, say but the claim is that everybody needs to be vaccinated, aside from the few people who genuinely cannot have medical issues with getting it.
Yep.
And okay, but pe- people could also should also have the right to say no.
Hmm.
I'm a believer that if you get shipped to the hospital and you should be able to refuse treatment.
If you don't have the vaccine.
No, I mean you should be able to refuse life saving treatment if it's your own choice,
Yeah, yeah, of course, yeah, yeah. See,
no matter how great the vaccine is or how effective. I I think people it should be something each individuals choose for themselves.
hmm hmm
Personally,
there's I think there's some other arguments as well. Like for example, you can definitely make like the pro-choice argument, where if you think that bodily autonomy is that important, if you're pro-choice on abortion, you should also be pro-choice on vaccine. You know, you can make the consent argument. The consent argument's important. There's a lot of slippery slope arguments you can make regarding just encroaching government power. Um, the thing
I see
is,
some people saying no rights until people stop dying.
which yeah,
Is
that
that is
that
that is that ironic?
yeah, it's ironic because
Like,
because there are the arguments of the people who want forced vaccinations are actually that it's like until everyone stops dying, we should make society as safe as possible, and you know you cannot give up liberty for safety.
life is inherently unsafe.
Yes, yes, that's how it is. Yes.
There's nothing preventing a meteor from dropping on your head right now or
Hmm.
my head.
Hmm.
And there's nothing the government could do to stop it. But we could do some stuff to, we could make individual choices to make our lives and perhaps the lives of others easier, or we could choose not to. I think it should be up to the individual.
Yep. And also, there seems to be a. I know that this argument amounts to special pleading, but there seems to be a more sacred view that we take regarding our bodies more than any other property that we own, right? Like someone can tell you, okay, you have to wear a seatbelt when you drive, and that's the law. Okay, but that's not the same thing as injecting something into you. You know, requiring you to do something in the name of safety is not the same thing as requiring you to like take in something, ingest something in the name of safety. Like it's a different classification of thing.
Yeah.
And that is the abortion argument, where it's like, okay, yes, we agree abortion's bad, but if it, that's the her body, her choice argument, and that's an argument that I still personally agree with. But the natural end result of that argument is that you should be able to refuse vaccines. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's just, if you gotta be my body, my choice about one thing. Have you seen that image with people erasing that side with no human is illegal, everybody is immigrants, or diversity is our strength? All that,
Yep.
oh, just like a bunch of virtue signaling on a plaque, and
Mm-hmm.
people put on their lawn, and then somebody took a picture of one of those plaques with "No one is illegal" crossed out,
That's funny, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
blackened out. It's just like, oof. I guess times they are a changing.
Mm-hmm. So here's how it's currently looking. The Liberals have lost 3 seats. The
Yeah, elections.
Conservatives,
Yes.
yes,
Why?
sorry,
Gosh.
Liberals have lost 3 seats. Conservatives have won 1 seat. The Bloc have lost 2 seats, and the New Democrats have won 6 seats. And then the Greens have lost one, and then an independent, um, has lost 1 seat, and the People's Party is still at 0. So now the People's Party have made a strong
Oh,
showing in a lot of more conservative areas, but they haven't broken through to win a seat yet. Um, and it doesn't seem like they will. So, for example, like here's a riding where they're in second place, and it's nowhere even close. So it really seems like things are realigning to be about where they were before. The Cons have gained a few seats, the NDP has gained a few seats, and the Liberals have lost a few seats. And that is it, but at the same time, the
Trudeau
balance of
reigns
power is still the
supreme,
same. Yep, the
and
balance of power is
that,
still the same.
yeah,
Yeah. So there we
if
go.
not slightly weaker. Good job, Trudeau. You did it.
Yep, you played yourself, Trudeau.
I mean, he's still in power, but then
There's still one green seat. Oh, I'm surprised. But yep, things aren't changing. This was a meaningless election, guys. This was a meaningless election. Everyone is now projecting for a liberal government, a liberal minority government. Nothing's changed. What a big old waste of all of our time.
just like there's no saving California.
Mm-hmm.
Canada might be the same for now.
Yep. Honestly, it sounds strange to talk about a party that had 0 seats and still has 0 seats. The only win here is for the PPC. Actually, no, that's not true. That's not true. Because the Conservatives gained a little bit, the NDP gained a little bit. They have minor wins. The PPC has gone from being a nothing party to a party that is actually winning second place in a lot of these ridings. That's not nothing. It's not a
In a way,
seat, but
it's
it's not
kind of
nothing.
funny, though. In a way, it's kind of funny. It's so Canadian as an American looking in. It's like, well, nobody wins, but everybody wins a little bit.
Kinda.
You're so polite there. It's just everybody wins
Okay.
and
Actually, I've
loses a little bit.
I've wanted to show this to you. Okay? I've wanted to show this to you. I'm going to give you a link. It's too short for a watch together, okay? So we're not going to do that. But here, I'll give you a link, and I'm going to mute myself. Here's the link, and go to 1 hour and 35 minutes, okay? And play about 30 seconds, okay? And I'll tell you when to start. And I just want you guys to all check this out. This is from the debate of this election, okay? So
1 hour 35.
1 hour and 35. All right. So I'm gonna mute myself, and then I'm gonna hit play. So you hit play as soon as you see me mute myself, okay? And we're gonna watch for maybe 30 seconds, maybe 45, okay? Here we go.
Pay for their groceries, to pay for their bills, And the sad reality is, since 2015 to now, the average cost of housing nationally has gone up to buy a home by $300,000.
This is a regular debate
so
far,
far,
guys.
the housing crisis has gotten worse over the past 6 years. We want to invest in housing. We want to invest to make it easier to buy your first home, and to invest to make sure there's
this guy really only speaks in French.
Let Mr. Blanchet respond.
Check this out.
Anyone tell me how to translate logement social?
Social housing.
Social housing might be a solution to another problem. People are paying, at least in Quebec.
Okay, I'm back. And I don't know if you noticed that, but he asked his opponents, because he can't really speak English that well. He asked his opponents how to translate something, and they told him. You would never see that in an American debate, you know? You would see, like if that was Trump and Biden forgot a word, Trump would have eaten him alive. But there's a civility up here where this sort of thing is just expected, where you will help your opponent make their points. That's normal in our politics. It's strange, looking at America sometimes. This is normal in our politics. You know what I mean?
But you got to remember, civility is fascism, apparently.
I've heard that before too. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
I do wish it could be a little bit more like that. Personally, I mean, Trump was entertaining as hell, but he's not a very good politician.
Here's the thing, like in the end, Trump wasn't actually that good. He was dumb. he was the pressure release valve on the American political system, where basically the American public said, if you guys don't smarten the fuck up, we will elect this idiot from reality TV, and then they did it. And they'll fucking do it again, Like, that is what Trump was. In my opinion, a more functional, actually decent Republican politician would be somebody like DeSantis. I think he actually has a pretty big future in the Republican Party, to be honest. He's gonna be like Obama in 5 to 10 years time. I think. I really think that.
I don't know too much about DeSantis, as Florida.
Florida man.
Yes, he is the Florida man. But he does seem like a very big threat to the Democrats, though, from how much they've been talking about him.
Yep. Oh God, everyone is mad. Everyone is mad about my Trump take. Nah, Trump was stupid. Trump was he was a walking blunder. All right, and it's kind of funny because he could pull it off. Trump could just walk through a minefield and be like, "This is okay, right?" and still make it out alive. And it's okay, you can respect that. But in terms of being a competent politician, he was kind of only barely there. Trump intuited his way through things, which works, but sometimes it doesn't work. Trump, yeah. Even if Trump wasn't that good, the movement behind him was necessary. It was populism versus the elites. Yes, absolutely. Here's the thing: I'm not even saying that Trump didn't get shit done or that he didn't make the country a better place. I'm just saying that he's kind of dumb. That's all.
His first 3 years was okay for the
most part. Yeah.
In fact, it was looking like he was going to win until COVID came and ruined everything.
Pretty much, yeah. Here, let's get rid of this here. Back to the how's it looking? Yep.
And he was completely out-pivoted, though, in the end. It's just, unfortunately, Trump might be used by he will be used by the establishment for many, many years to come about, look what happened under him, even though the result was You know, nobody's going to.
Yeah. So the chat is saying that's the point. Trump isn't a politician, which is true. That was the point. That was absolutely the point. But then the next comment is Trump didn't have a good grasp of realpolitik, which is also true, and that was one of his downfalls. That was one of his bad sides. Is that he didn't truly know how things worked, and that came back to bite him in the ass more than a few times. You know, fucking. You know, Joe Biden's corpse being puppeted by Kamala Harris is not a better situation. I don't think I'm out here simping for Biden, guys. I'm not. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, we gotta stop talking bad about these figures. Every time you do
the chat just rages.
Sorry.
Dev is going the way of shoe. Fuck off. God. You know what? Okay, I like the rowdiness of a chat that's against you.
No, it's fun. It's fun.
No, it's fun. It's fun. But like, there's just sometimes people just get like, oh shit, here's a take I don't like. I now must self-destruct. And it's like, come on. I have not changed any of my opinions, guys. Nothing's different. You just gotta chill. Don't worry about it. Bernier says that the 150 increase is a show of the purple wave. True. True it is. True. Dev is going brainlet. Yeah. I've always been a brainlet, dude. What are you talking about? I've always been a brainlet. Yep. No, Bernier did very well in his home riding, you know? And the fact that they have gained that much more support is a sign of things to come. Especially if this government proves to be unstable and more people prove to be against the vaccine mandates in the future, I think the PPC can continue to grow. There's definitely
people congratulating Justin Trudeau with a picture of him in blackface.
That's pretty good, actually. Okay. Here, Dev, let's see if the shoe fits. What's your opinion on giving hormone blockers to kids? Oh, no. I'm going to have a strange opinion on this because I decided to talk to somebody who actually is involved in the chemistry of making these drugs. And I was like, listen, give me the science behind it. Tell me how this shit works. Tell me what's good and what's bad. And basically, like, you know how there's been like a lot of fear about how hormone blockers in teenagers can, like, you know, like it makes their bones weaker and it like stunts growth and all this other stuff, right? Like you've heard about that, right? Yeah.
The claims, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I asked her about this. I was like, listen, what's the actual truth? How do these hormones work? And the short story is she basically described it as if you give a person blockers without giving them full hormone replacement therapy, it will cause these issues. But if you give them blockers and HRT, then it won't. And it's something to do with there's a long chemistry explanation here. But basically, it's not an issue if they go on full HRT. So I asked her, I was like, why do people go on blockers but not HRT then? And she said it's just mainly ignorance out of how these things work. Like, people think that they can delay puberty so that these kids have a chance to pick which one they want. And it's like, no, if you're taking this stuff, you should be going on the full regimen. And she can't really say that because it's considered politically incorrect nowadays. And it's like, all right, okay. So it seems like blockers without HRT is a bad idea. That's just from a scientific perspective. That's what it seems like to me.
Well, I hear different arguments, but we'll see about that. This is a bag of worms. I don't feel like going.
Yeah, fair enough. No problem. Someone asked, why would I even entertain the idea? What do you mean? Well, like, clearly, somebody who's 8 years old shouldn't be going on anything because puberty hasn't fucking started yet. Like, that's ridiculous. But
yeah, I definitely agree with that.
yeah, like, I did see a picture actually of like an 8-year-old, and just like we're getting blockers, and it's like, this is fucking terrible, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's
Jesus,
insane.
that's nuts. That's nuts. Oh, fuck. Devo is so cooked. Oh god. All right.
They're Canadian, though.
Am I allowed to be?
Well,
York Southwestern PPC in second place. Nice. Yeah, see, the thing is, like, I played with girl toys when I was a kid. I'm not trans. I would not want somebody to like try to push me in that direction. I wouldn't have enjoyed that. And I know like on some level it is just fear mongering, but I've seen it at least a couple times now. And I'm just like, oh, fuck. Come on, guys. Smarten up.
yeah, definitely. There has to be the middle ground between like disowning and throwing away your kids and encouraging them.
Yeah.
When they're like 3 or 8. That's just oof. No.
Yeah. But here, let's get off this, since I know you don't want to talk about it. Sorry, we'll get off of it. I'm looking at the counties, not the county. Jesus, not America. The ridings. And things are pretty much locked into place now. It seems like we're set. Everyone is projecting a liberal minority government. Trudeau has lost 2 seats. The Conservatives have gained 2 seats. What a waste! What a waste of a fucking! What a waste of time for everyone.
Hey, well, we could still laugh at the trash fire, you know?
Yeah.
Laugh at what's happening.
Oh, yeah. Lord Talon, I know several gay guys who are on hormones because they just want to, like, trap. It's like, all right. If you do whatever you want, dude, like, fuck. I just find it funny. Like, it's literally the meme come to life, you know? Yeah, everything, nothing's changing anymore. I think this might be done. Wait, you chastise me for not wanting to watch this? What do you mean, Diddler? Fuck you.
What about super chats?
Yes, good idea. Eh? We should. I wonder how many of them are going to be yelling at me for something that I said. Don't worry, I'm wrong all the time, guys. It's okay. I don't expect anyone to ever, like, treat what I say as some kind of fact.
I gotta have to steer the conversation more in the future.
You think so?
I don't know, or we're just gonna have to talk about like good stuff, I guess.
Well, to be fair, like the way I've envisioned,
we need some hopium instead of copium.
The way I've envisioned like our future weekly show will be like we're gonna watch a video that's ridiculous and we're gonna laugh at it and like pause occasionally, kind of thing. You know the show.
Yeah.
Do you watch Adam and Sitch?
Yes, a little bit. Just some episodes.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, no, that's not the same show as EFAP though.
No, it's not EFAP's show. No.
No, I haven't seen Adam and Sitch.
Well, I need to give you Adam and Sitch's channel then, so you can watch some, because they are great and they do the exact same kind of long form content as EFAP.
Okay, I like Sitch, so I'm sure like.
I have. Here's the thing. I am at some point.
I'm not too sure who Adam is though.
Oh, okay. He's a good guy actually. I am setting up a meet. I'm building a bridge between Kraut and Adam at some point in the near future. And so maybe I can do the same with you and him if you like.
Sure. Sounds fun.
Sounds good. I guess we'll figure it out. Okay, so here's Super Chats from Ripoff Productions. Actually, no, here. Let me refresh to get like the newest super. Okay. It is Ripoff Productions. Okay. From Ripoff Productions. On Trump not knowing realpolitik, Rush Limbaugh once mentioned talking with Trump, who was shocked that the Democrats were still fighting him after the election. You see, that's what I mean. Trump was not prepared for what political life is like. He did not get it fast enough, and that was to his detriment. Yes, Sitch and Adam is literally political EFAP, yeah. And EFAP is sometimes political and sometimes not, but like Sitch and Adam is always political. Redbeard. Redbeard. The active, intentional destruction of the tomboy is the greatest crime of the trans lobby. You know what? I'm sorry, Lilith. I have to agree with that.
I'm pro tomboy. I think tomboys should be able to stay female if they want.
Yes.
As well as femboys. Femboys should be able to stay male.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's too much pressure to get people to say, "Oh, you are trans," when people could just cross-dress or present in a different way and be whatever, and they don't have to be trans. I feel like this new push about, oh, this person, they're secretly trans, or that person, oh, they're secretly trans. I think that's really backwards.
Mm-hmm. The Dimitri Monroe take.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dimitri Monroe should be able to stay as a man, and nobody should be able to coerce or pressure him to be trans.
Yeah. Dimitri's a good boy, I gotta say.
Yes.
Silver Camaro. I like my women how I like my KFC, with thick thighs. Abs are for men. Stop trying to ruin Western women, you darn Canuck weeb.
Yes, we have to save the tomboys.
Okay. Did you see that video I sent you about how abs are degenerating society and stuff?
Oh, yes. And they asked about our opinions on abs, I think.
Abs are good. Abs on girls are fine. Yeah.
I want to lick the chocolate bar.
From IHY DGM, what is your opinion on Sean, actual justice warrior, and would you consider inviting him on to chat or debate? Sean seems like a nice guy. I don't think he's correct about what he says all the time, but he is a seasoned debater. And sometimes you can out-debate your opponent while still being wrong, you know? Silver Camaro, shoe on head is a bad person, actual communist. All right. Paul Bartel. Dev, my mother's surgery could have ended in fatality because all ICU beds in her Texan town were full of unvaccinateds. If you want to opt out, fine, but stay away from the hospital if you catch it. See, I've heard this before. I don't know the truth of it. It's possible it could be true. But I know here in Ontario, the province of Ontario has 1,600 hospitals, and we currently have 250 cases of COVID that require hospitalization. So at least here in Canada, we are not like running out of, at least here in Ontario anyway, we're not running out of hospital beds, you know? It's not that situation here. Grant Thompson. Circular citation for increasing emergency powers and edict is in effect. This is a lucrative situation for outsourcing more manufacturing with demoralizing the voting base into believing voter engagement does not matter. Possibly. The thing is, like the Canadian Constitution does have a mechanism by which you can actually, the government can take emergency powers in a bad situation. But built into the Canadian Constitution is that those powers have a 6-month time limit, and they cannot be extended by the government. They can only be extended by the courts. And the courts in Canada's history have absolutely been willing to take away powers from the government that the government wanted to keep. So I know what you mean, but I don't think things are quite that bad here yet. Mr. North Canada, looks like the conservative lesbian in Vaughan you wondered about will win a seat. Good for her. She's married and is a fiscal con. Oh, that's quite nice. Yeah, new style of conservatives. The real Holtzinator. Dev, what do you think about the idea that pushing safety to its logical extreme will kill the economy and undermine the rule of law, which would make the world less safe? Yes, I think that's actually true. It is not safe to start a new business. you can't take a risk and be safe, but sometimes you have to risk. So I completely agree. That's how it would be.
For me, I would rather die free than live as a slave any day.
Yes. Chad, yes. Why no other Canadians on stream? I don't really know any other Canadians who want to talk politics, to be honest.
And plus, having an American to explain to is more fun.
Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. From Greg. I don't care about mandates because I don't date men. Da, 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 da.
Or, not that there's anything wrong with dating men.
Scruffy Knight for $5. Dev, you got vaccines dead wrong. Check your chat once in a while. Yeah, I'm sure I got a lot of things wrong. That's how it is. But here, I will give you the Sargon take. Sorry, I'm intuiting it, and my intuition is always right. Derek. Oh God. Okay. YouTube, this is not what I think. This is a fucking super chat, okay?
Uh-oh.
COVID-19 was released from a lab. The vax's true purpose is to kill old people and to force people to have a digital ID for an eventual social credit system. See, I could see the digital ID thing going down that road. That road. But like the rest, holy fuck, dude, like, man, just because an opinion is outside the norm doesn't mean that it's true. Holy shit. I
mean, it's not impossible.
It's not impossible.
But we're not saying one way or the other because we're not allowed to.
I'm saying that it's not true. I'm just going to fucking say it. Okay. Dan for $5. Caught COVID back in February, was out of commission for 2 days max, lost smell for 1.5 weeks. Back in my feet, never felt better. That is how most people deal with COVID. It doesn't do much to them, Thoughts on Viva Frei? I know people talk about him, but I don't quite know who he is.
Viva Frei here, Montreal's litigator. He's like a YouTube lawyer guy who he tends to have pretty good balanced, nuanced takes for most things. So I think you might like him if you watched him.
I guess I'll check him out. The real Holtzner. Do more super chats, you damn acer. I'm doing them right now.
Yeah.
Brendan says, Lilith, just be Lilith.
Thank you.
Brick Muppet. The explanation about the connection between Sorel and Gentile explained a lot that was left out of my college courses. Do you have a reading list? I do have a reading list. So you can read George Sorel's The Decomposition of Marxism. You can read George Sorel's Reflections on Violence. All of Gentile's writing is fascist political theory. And you can read, there's a good book called Mussolini's Intellectuals that describes a lot of this stuff. You can pick up Zeev Sternhell's books, but Zeev Sternhell was not a writer, he was a historian. And therefore a lot of his writing is very dry. It is recounting history as it's happening. Well, not as he wrote later, but like it's recounting history, so it's not political theory. It's history, and it's a lot more boring than political theory is already pretty boring. History is even more boring. So you could read Zeev Sternhell's work, but yeah, like it's not going to be a fun read. Oh shit! The leader of the Greens didn't even win her riding. Fuck. R.I.P. Green Party. All right.
Rip.
The Snarky Gamer guy for $5. CTV just called it for the liberals. Yep. Brick Muppet for $5. Response, why I'm not libertarian. Pure libertarian capitalism will always find the correct price for everything, including your granddaughter's organs. Yeah, exactly. See, I've now read Rothbard's Ethics of Liberty, and that book is basically his attempt to construct a morality based only on property rights and nothing else. And it sounds like a hellish world that he describes. Because, to be fair, capitalism and like anarcho-capitalism and like a lot of that more like hyper-libertarian type of stuff has the exact same problem as Marxism. And it is that it is purely it's purely material. There's no room in it for non-material things. And so that's why you start getting horrific takes, like selling your granddaughter's organs, because that is a take that can only come out of a purely materialist philosophy, like Marxism or anarcho-capitalism.
I wish I could talk more about theory. I just feel like a bimbo sitting around here. A bimbo cat.
Are you like for how you see like the conservatives, like the conservatives on TV, and it's like three people talking about politics, and there's like one blonde, and she's just there to be like, yeah.
I try not to be that. I try to add my inputs and.
I'm just joking. I just thought it was funny. It's okay. Naomi's also a bimbo.
I prefer the term layman.
Layman?
Or bimbo's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Bimbo libertarianism.
Bimbo libertarianism.
Yeah, like Shoes. I mean, Shoes had her, I think, bimbo
socialism or something,
or democratic socialism or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just too busy for theories.
Yeah.
But I should be more into it.
Actually, here, this kind of reminds me. Do you recall? I think you brought this up when you were on Vosh's stream, and you guys were talking about Liberty Hangout. And you mentioned, either you or he mentioned, that it was ridiculous that a person who is a libertarian would be like for the monarchy.
Mm-hmm.
This is at the edge of my discoveries here in theory.
Bimbotarian, someone says. Yes.
Bimbotarian. See, I'm at the edge. This is at the edge of my discoveries right now in terms of like political theory. So I can't tell you that this is a concrete answer, but this is what I think it is. I think there is a section of anarcho-capitalist thought that views monarchy not as the state, not as the government, but as a private owner of property. So, a monarch is like a CEO, and the landed nobility is like, the various components of a company, and the property that the monarch owns is like the property of the company, right? And so if you view a kingdom as being an anarcho-capitalist paradise where property is owned by an individual, and then you have like other property owners that also own property, exclusively separate from the monarch, you kind of get to like a libertarian monarchism. And that sounds fucking stupid. That sounds.
I mentioned earlier when you discussed it with me, that just sounds like centralization with extra steps.
Yeah, it's like private ownership of the state. Okay, here, hold on. Someone in the chat says, I'm a libertarian monarchist, Dev. That ain't it. Okay. Fill me in on it. I'm listening to the chat. Fill me in on it, okay? Here, I'm gonna watch the chat for that name, but I'm gonna keep doing this here. Davido Frito says, is the Conservative Party becoming more populist and rallying around cultural issues the way the U.S. Republican Party has started to? No, actually. It has not. That's where the PPC is. Are you happy to catch your stream? What is the Canadian view of US 22 mid? I don't know what US... Oh, you mean 2022? The midterm elections? I don't really have one yet, to be honest. I haven't been paying attention to it. $10 from Eric Szerpi. No message, though, so thank you. Kitty, just type it out. Just type it out. I'm listening. Yeah. Kikastani Vikar says, Dev's technically correct. It's because the king owns the kingdom, so he has more incentive to promote its property rights in theory. Yeah. Which is still a ridiculous fucking point of view. Jesus. All right. Anyway. Davido Frito, where do you see the U.S. politics going in the next few years? Full-on Tim Pool peaceful divorce, or return of neocons because of Afghanistan and China?
I don't think Libertarian Hangout is even Libertarian monarchist, though. I think they're just authoritarian.
Yeah. I think they're just... I just think they're just fucking nuts, dude.
Because I've never seen them try to argue for monarchy from the libertarian perspective. It's more just them talking, degeneracy, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
It sounds... I don't know. I don't think they would be like a very good idea of a libertarian monarchist.
Yeah. Let's keep going. Yeah, I don't know where I see politics going after. I don't think America's going to have another civil war. I think it's a bit nuts. Everyone keeps saying it, but I don't really see it. Most people don't want that, you know.
Most people just want to get to work and do their thing.
Yep. They're not interested. They're not interested in like overthrowing the state. They're not interested in any kind of grand socialist ideals. They're not interested in any kind of like grand libertarian ideals. They want a functional government and to be able to have their private lives. That is what most people want.
I mean, for as much as they just fearmonger about Jan 6, it's mostly a bunch of people in an unguided tour.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the people who died were Trump supporters that day too. So it's like they keep hanging on to January 6th. They almost did a coup. This is an insurrection. It's not much of an insurrection if that's an insurrection.
Yeah, it's not. It's not much.
Not much of one.
Yep.
Puny insurrection.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't a fucking insurrection. It was a riot. That's how it is. But yeah, like, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going before I fucking lose it. Before I lose my goddamn mind.
Oof, go right ahead. And I use the restroom again. I drank too much energy drink.
Oh no! Okay, we're gonna keep reading. Hey Devo, I'm here to give you some simp money and say hi to my favorite Maple Baron. Thank you very much. From Magos, resist for the Jeb Emperor. Okay. Fireheart. All I have to say about the U.S. election is the Dems did everything they could to seem guilty. You know, fair enough. T-Razor90. Have you played No More Heroes 3 yet? Okay, listen. I have a gaming channel, guys. It is at twitch.tv/gameboomers. Okay? It's also at youtube.com/gameboomer, where I play many games, including No More Heroes 3. In fact, I think I'm streaming No More Heroes 3 tomorrow night, continuing our playthrough on stream. So if you want to see, you should drop in. Here, I'll drop it in the chat room. Make sure you follow. There you go. You click that, you follow it. You'll see No More Heroes 3 tomorrow night. Probably. It's based on Dave. Okay. Okay, hold on. Dusty, heard about the guy who sued his parents for throwing out his porn? No, but that sounds based. Zontar, Newfie dams are owned by Hydro-Quebec, and even without it, Quebec would still be an electricity exporter. Independence is viable but undesirable. Are you sure? I mean, it's possible. Okay. Bert's Trisket, Dev, just because you were on EFAP doesn't mean you need to stream as long as they do. Yeah, like
wait, I don't think we can do like 10 hours stream.
yeah, like I know Adam and Sitch do like 10 hours. I try to aim for like 4. 4 is a good stream amount. I don't like people like you get to guys like Destiny, you get guys that like Vosh, you get like everybody at this point is doing like 12-hour streams, and it's like fuck. I like getting some sun every once in a while,
I mean, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to do long streams, but it's like if it's a bit too long, people might get tired and stuff.
Yeah. Dan Richards, check out the lineups in Vaughan. There are hundreds waiting in line. Yeah, I mean people are lining up, but as long as they get in line before the polls close, they can still vote, I think. Namu Zed, every super chat mentioning a certain YouTuber's riding hasn't been mentioned. Am I alone in noticing? What do you mean? Who are you talking about? What are we talking about?
Wait, repeat what you said?
Every super chat mentioning a certain YouTuber's riding hasn't been mentioned. Does he mean Viva Fry? He might. William Icebane, fell into a bit of depression, but I'm currently trying to get back on it. Listening to you helps out. Giving myself a goal of getting back up to my 600-pound deadlift. Currently at 500 pounds. I'll do it. Good job, man.
Go for it. Good job. I believe in you. Lift more, exercise.
Yes.
I believe everybody in a chat can exercise and live better.
Underhand Dread for $5. DM Sticks on Twitter. The only real barrier is time zones. He likes his sleep. The thing is, I've DM'd Sticks a couple times and never gotten anything out of it, so I just kind of gave it up. Scruffy Knight. Lilith is moving in. That's hot. Wrong house.
Canada.
Yeah. However, I'll share the secret that Naomi already has a crush on you. You're not allowed to cuck me without my permission, all right?
Okay, I won't be a bull.
Moose the Goose for $10. To Sticks, fighting words. Maple syrup is syrupier in Ottawa or Ontario. All right. Outraged Deer. I still haven't heard from I've been watching the chat. And I haven't heard again from that kitty person. Nope. Okay. He put it in the $5 club in my Discord, so I'll go see it right now, real quick. Okay. Let's hear what this libertarian monarchism stuff is. Let's hear. Okay. Libertarian monarchy. Take a monarchy and apply libertarian republicanism to it. The monarch acts in place of the president or prime minister, forming a small, focused executive with extremely limited powers. Their job is to purely manage international affairs and the military while being a cultural anchor for the nation. Each province, state, duchy, whatever, is given a high degree of autonomy, think the original 13 colonies, and adhere to the core constitution of the country, which lines out the fundamental do's and don'ts. The states can have any level of diplomacy with each other save for outright war. The monarch is thus tasked with maintaining peace between the states. Think classical monarchies crossed with the rules of American republicanism. See, that just sounds like another form of utopian government, because you're assuming that the monarchy won't also centralize power like it always does. You know what I mean? Yeah, it seems about right, eh? I'm not entirely convinced that this actually works. You know what I mean? It seems a bit ridiculous.
I um, it seems like a yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It sounds like a parliamentary system. Yeah, kinda. Okay, so in the chat, Uzulu has shown up with a bunch of people saying cabal prevails.
Uh oh.
Yeah.
Been raided.
It's actually kind of a shame because like I've always known Uzulu to be a very friendly fellow, but he's kind of gone a bit nuts in the past little bit. You know what I mean?
Has he?
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't fucking know. But yeah, like he people it wasn't I don't think it was him, but like people um from his community, it basically showed up and fucked with the Minecraft server, had to roll it back, had to ban all of them. It was a bunch of fucking stupidity.
Oh no. When did you get in drama?
I don't know.
It could just be good fun. You don't know.
Yeah, it could be good fun, but when they crash the server multiple times and they don't like stop and I have to roll it back and I have to like ban shit tons of people, eventually it just gets to the point where it's like fuck.
Yeah.
And you know what? There's also some like there's some behind the scenes drama that involve other people that I'm not going to reveal. You know?
Oh, drama.
Yes. So I just like, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I just like they were like, "Why? Why did you do this? Aren't you friends? Aren't you friends with Uzlu?" I'm just like, "Fuck all of you guys." I just fucking banned
I have
everyone.
nothing against Uzulu,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah. Oof. Uh, I hope they have fun with the couple.
Yeah. Yep. Oh god.
Oh, we should just do like regular streams though. Just
What do you mean, just like hanging out streams?
yeah, just hang out streams, talk about regular stuff. Doesn't have to be election and stuff.
Yeah. We successfully raped your server for months and you only just found out recently because of a leak. Well, yeah, see, here's the thing. I'm assuming that's the real Uzlu, but it doesn't really matter, I guess. Here's the thing. We were friends, so I trusted you. Yes. Yes. You got me. You betrayed a friendship and you got me. All right. It's been handled now, hasn't it? So it's like, all right, there you go. All right, let's keep going here. Outraged Deer. Day of the Lead 1812 will not be forgotten. Annex Canada, manifest destiny, realized monarchy will crumble. Also, happy election day.
Happy election day to you too.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Roston, if you move to Calgary, I can find you a place in Big India. You can get fat on butter chicken. That sounds good to me. Edge Case. I agree wholeheartedly with Katana Blue Jay. Conservative suburbs are nice. Close enough to Toronto if you need city stuff, but far enough to run away. Yeah, I guess. Like, I'm scoping out a few places like half an hour outside of Ottawa, basically. Point curation. Embrace creation, assert moral autonomy, subvert cultural vandalism, develop tradition and skills, love your neighbor and family, be bold and be well. Oh, it's a very, very nice sentiment, you know?
Yeah, go for it. Sounds fun.
Yeah. Point curation. There is no copium. There is only hopium. Develop art and speak your mind and give no fucks. Yeah, this guy's having like a lot of hopium, you know.
True.
Yeah. Katana Blue Jay. I live in one of the only blue ridings in the GTA, a suburb outside of Toronto. The suburbs are great. IMO Toronto is fun to visit, but I've never lived there. The biggest problem is homelessness. Yeah, see, I've spent a lot of time in Strathcona. Sorry, not Strathcona. Scarborough. Scarborough in Toronto, and it was a shithole, dude. Charlie Taff. Genuinely don't like any of the candidates in this election. Who is the best of the worst? Maybe you can spin a wheel about it and figure it out. Yeah, I'm making like a rather immediate joke. Fireheart. Speaking of Sargon, what do you think of girls with abs? Girls with abs are based. Redbeard. Also wrong on pottery shards, of course. Of course I am. They broke pottery, votes were written on shards, and they reassembled the shards to ensure all votes were legitimate. Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, but what about the votes that get broken too much and you can't see it?
Oh, what's Freed doing? Is she like?
She's laughing at something. I don't know.
Give me a second. Give me just a moment. All right, let's continue. From Edge Case. Thanks for noticing me, Senpai. Greetings from the very edge of the Greater Toronto Area. CPC will likely sweep my riding as usual. Yep. A lot of those like areas around the city seem to get a lot of conservative votes. Domhnall Alepin had to stay in Vancouver for a day waiting on a cruise ship a few years back. The area we stayed in was ugly and every block had a store selling weed. Listen. Canada's weed stores. They're quite popular now that weed's legal. You can get it pretty much anywhere at this point. Trevor Bailey for $5. Come to the West Coast. We have wildfires, and more wildfires. No, thank you. We had one around here actually recently. Redbeard. You ignorant Canadian. I guess I'm an ignorant Canadian.
Sure showed you.
Regarding Charleston, per the overhead drone camera, the car never touched her. The crowd stampede caused trauma. Obesity led to a heart attack. Dude, I watched like a video. I think it was Faith Goldie's video where it hit her. Like, I watched that video, dude. It definitely hit. The car definitely hit her. Like, fuck. Brick Muppet. Hey, Lilith, do you think the large margin in the Cali recall election was legit? Is Cali as bad as it seems on the news?
If you have, is Cali as bad as it seems? Yes and no. It depends on how close, how inner into the city you are. It's just some sections. There's just homeless camps everywhere. Like, I don't live in LA, but I've been there. I haven't even been to the worst part. Like, I've never been to Skid Row, but like, I've seen homeless camps. It's pretty bad. And as far as I genuinely don't know. It's called within a day, whereas that seems a bit fast to me personally. But I don't have evidence pointing one way or the other in terms of how it's been going on personally. But thanks for a question. Thanks for a super chat.
Yes, thank you very much.
I just don't know. I'm not an expert on the election thing, and it would be irresponsible for me to claim definitively one way or another.
Yeah, absolutely. A random guardsman. We all know. No, we're back to Jen Bush. So it seems like, is that all of them? Here, I'll refresh again, and we'll grab some new ones. Let's see here. A guy named Dev. Maybe it's me. As a libertarian, the only way I see lowering taxes besides cutting government departments is for the state to start for-profit companies like selling ad spaces on bridges. Maybe.
Although there is a lot of redundancies that can be cut down. Let's not go overboard here. There's a lot of jobs that shouldn't be in
Yeah.
government.
Yep.
Lots of departments, lots of people whose entire careers is built around just pushing papers around because, if we could save a lot of redundancies, but nobody wants to see that.
Yeah. Well, because then it's like people are losing their jobs. Oh no. Isn't this terrible? It's more unemployment. It's like, yeah, but sometimes you don't need a job anymore, yeah. So someone in the chat is asking, are people mad at Uzulu? Carlos says Uzulu is a social climber. Now that he's siphoning an audience from Sargon, he's being belligerent. Well, the thing is, Uzulu got banned off Discord, and since then he's kind of just gone off his own way and done whatever he wants to do. But the thing is, I've always been friendly with him. We did those RPs together, and I genuinely enjoyed his company. And if he's just a troll, that's fine. But I do wish he would troll somebody else and not somebody who is supposed to be his friend. But at this point, I've had a number of friends turn out not to be friends at this point, regardless of political persuasion. I'm kind of used to that. You know what I mean? So, and you can say LOL, it's just a Minecraft server. It's yeah, okay, fair enough, right? It is just a Minecraft server. Okay? That's all true. It is just a Minecraft server. So it doesn't really matter that much in the long run. But when you do it repeatedly, and while I'm fucking sick with COVID, you cause me to have to go into the back end and fix it multiple times before I finally just have to say, fuck it, I'm not giving you guys any more of the benefit of the doubt, and I'm banning all of you. It stops being a joke and it starts being a why are you doing this? And if the answer is for the lulz, fine. I'm just going to not associate with you anymore. And so there we are. It is a shame, but that is he wasn't your friend, you were friendly and had an audience. Maybe that's just how it is. Maybe that's just how it is with some people, I know Kraut made the accusation that Uzulu and to a lesser extent Scrump were both basically using Sargon, and that seems to have turned out to be the case, unfortunately. Let's see. Cody for $5. More than 30% of Canada votes Liberal. You get what you deserve. Yeah, pretty much, eh? Fuck. Pretty much.
Same with California.
Yeah, man. Single player. Hey, Carl. Single player Carl's a friend of mine. Hello to Lilith. I just haven't invented a fun name for you yet. He always gives people nicknames. I hope tonight went good. I can't stay and watch the whole thing. I'm at work. Okay. Well, thanks very much.
Well, thank you very much for dropping by anyways.
Yes. Overseer's Logs for $5. That description seems to fit a confederacy, which, by the way, failed in the U.S., which is why they established the federal system via the Constitution. Yeah, so a confederacy is just basically a government where the states have more power than the centralized federal government. That's just a confederacy. Which is why, the Iroquois Confederacy was a confederacy, right? I know confederacy just strictly means slavery in the American lexicon, but in terms of political theory, a confederacy is a form of government where its constituent parts wield more power than the central government.
The slavery thing really did a number on the concept of a confederacy as well, didn't it?
Yep, pretty much. I did a spicy tweet. I did a spicy tweet where I was like, it's a good thing that terrible slaver confederacy was smashed and destroyed by America. And then I posted the flag of the Iroquois Confederacy.
No, spicy. Oof.
Oh God. I've barely talked to Sargon in over a year, but I'm using him. Nice, says Uzlu. I can see you're staying mentally healthy. No, Uzlu. I know you haven't talked to Sargon in over a year. The point is, you were when you were talking to him. There we go.
Staying out of this drama.
Staying out of the drama.
I'm just an innocent bystander cat person thing. I make banters, and I don't like drama. I grew.
Yeah, that does seem to be like you stay out of everything. I've noticed. Like you, like even on Twitter, you're just like, nope. You can say 1 + 1 is 5 all you want.
Yeah, no, it's like that. There's that quote from Keanu Reeves where it's like, I'm at the point in my life where people could say like, the sky is purple, and I'd say, yep, you're absolutely right. I'm not that quite there yet. I'm still very opinionated, but I try not to to get into interpersonal drama as much.
So, the real Holtzinator for $5. It all goes back to the Maxim gun. What is that in reference? Probably like a Mad Max thing. That's what it seems like. Another single player Carl tweet. Hello from the inside the vault at my job. Snow Mexican. McFatson. I tuned out of politics when an overhyped side grade became U.S. president in 2020. What did I miss?
There's a Jin Hong Lian talking about how you seem to have missed this super chat.
Oh, did I? Where is it?
Yeah, apparently it's a $10 one.
Oh, it might be one that hasn't popped up since I refreshed. So just give me a bit. Oh God, Uzulu. How are you and I different in that regard? You're still talking with him. The difference is that I consider him my friend. That's the difference. Yeah. It's as simple as that. I don't talk to people because they're big or small. I talk to them because I like them. Yeah, see, I don't know the Maxim gun thing. Sorry, dude. Sorry. McFatson. I tuned out of politics. Yeah, no, sorry. Already read that one. All right. Colin Sanders. It is but a small step from the tomboy to the femboy. The true believer must avoid such temptations. Dadist fundamentalism will become mainstream. I don't quite know what to say about that, but all right. Samurai Flack. Do you think Marxism and Ancapistan are valid systems, in that they are consistent and their arguments follow if their premises are true? Probably not. I don't think their premises lead to their conclusions, unfortunately. Let's see here. The Brand Man. Living in BC and being slightly right-leaning is very jarring. I see someone saying burn the PPC and CPC, and nobody thinking it's crazy but me. Yeah. However, though, like there are a lot of rural areas of BC that are very right-leaning. It's really only Vancouver and like Vancouver Island, those two places, that are craziness. Athlon. Why not make a video with a list of books and recommendations to read? Hi, Lilith. Yeah, I probably should.
Hey.
Yeah, I probably should. Ripoff Productions. On COVID, thoughts on how the flu seems to have disappeared. Nothing conspiratorial, just weird virus ecology. Yeah, see, when you social distance a whole bunch and wear a mask and etc., it seems like a side effect of that is gonna be the fact that you get less flu transmission. You know, I don't think it's some kind of conspiracy theory. I think it's just a natural side effect of what people are doing right now. Oh, that's right. The Maxim gun was the machine gun in the Vampire RP that Uzulu said Should have been rightfully be able to use. Yes, that's true. Arch does that a lot. He puts shit into RPs and then won't let people use them. And it's like, come on, man. I've gotten used to that at this point. Arch has done it a lot. Arch has done that a lot. So it's just, all right, dude. Okay. The Charter of Rights is useless due to the notwithstanding clause. The courts don't provide a reason for revoking it and will if it's getting in the way. Yeah, see, people say that, and I understand the argument, but I know of instances where the government wanted the notwithstanding clause to extend, and the courts didn't do it. So I don't think it works in practice the way that people complain about in theory. Lilith's cartoon in the hot tub is holding a wine glass, guys. Let's see. At least the Lib candidate who said my Taliban brother losing her seat is okay, Jesus.
Oh, she lost her seat?
Yeah, the one who said my Taliban brothers.
Oh, good.
Also, any update on those who gave $100 when they get in the tub? Yeah, so we'll set that up, definitely. We'll make that a thing that we get to. Probably maybe we'll do like we'll rock out a bunch of them before we do the transition over to live. Maybe we can do that. If you're still interested, sure, yeah.
We don't always have to do live. Either.
No, we don't always have to do live either. Yep, that's true too. Matt, you can't use the intuition defense after giving abs a pass. Degen bad, deeply subversive. Here's the thing: I'm not using the intuition defense, dude. That is Sargon's defense, not mine. Sir Zorg, virgin orderly debate versus Chad homonym shitfest. I don't know about that, dude.
Dev, you're gay.
Oh shit, dude. I guess I am. I'm just gonna.
Sure showed you. Gay wad. Stinky.
Sir Camaro, can't wait for the Disney remake of American History X. Oh my fucking god, dude. Michael, everything will be all right. I have found a based tomboy without a willy. There is hope.
Hope.
Hopium, guys. Angry Bellsprout. Check out us AF FB page and look for a recent virtual town hall event about barriers to minorities in the air. Force reporting coming out. It's about 55 minutes. All right. I guess I will check it out, dude. Thank you. Fates for $2. Cute animal clips. Use when topics get depressing. Maybe so.
Thank you.
Silver Camaro. The 23andMe has returned. I shall finally prove my 100% Anglo-genetic heritage. Let's see. Wait, what's this? I'm 5% Welsh? And then that's back to Trump on the Realpolitik. I'll give it one more refresh, guys. And then we'll switch back to the results one last time, but I'm pretty sure we all know what's going on. Why does the Green want to ban nuclear? Libs and the NDP also don't want. Least human deaths per gigawatt generated of any power source. I don't know. Like, nuclear seems to be the future. Really. I think we should get on board. I've heard a lot of people say that, like a lot of the crazy leftists say that nuclear can't work because it also doesn't dismantle capitalism the way that wind and solar does. And it's like, fuck off, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
I partially blame Simpsons.
Oh, yes. I know what you mean.
Because the depiction of nuclear power on Simpsons has probably set the whole thing back by decades. And I know it's funny, Mr. Burns, evil, but I do think, like, nuclear gets way too bad of a rep compared to everything else. Yes, there's, like, waste that you gotta dispose of, and it's so much far, like, it's not even comparable. It's like miles cleaner than fucking coal. But
Yeah. Yep. I know what you mean.
like environmentalists are not. They just all they care about is virtue signaling. If they instead of if they advocate against nuclear, really.
Yeah. Hold on a second.
I was like, oh, they might say, oh, Chernobyl and Fukushima. First of all, Chernobyl is built
The
and
fucking
ran
Soviets.
the fucking Soviets.
Yeah.
Back when the technology is freshest. And Fukushima is on a fault line. You shouldn't build nuclear reactors on fault lines.
Yeah. Yeah. People are saying that it's a non-renewable resource, which is technically true. But modern nuclear power, like you can run a civilization on nuclear power for like thousands of years. Like it will eventually run out, but not within the lifetimes of like any of us by far. Like don't worry about that.
And that's not even getting into what nuclear could be if the technology is developed.
Yeah.
Like we went with fission instead of fusion because fission can create the nuke.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So even though fission is way less efficient and way more dirtier than fusion, the technology obviously went one way because the people funding it want one thing, and then they always want one thing.
Is that the meme in action?
That's just the unfortunate reality.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, we should build a Dyson sphere if we have the resource.
Let's continue on. Applemania Gaming says cops are using rubber bullets against protesting construction workers in Melbourne, Australia. Government shut down the whole industry in retaliation.
Oh, shoot, huh? I might have to. I can't hear anything because my earphone might have effed up. I can't hear anything from you.
I'm sorry if I missed super chats, guys. They're pretty far back though. It's gonna be hard to find them, unfortunately. I can try, but it'll be boring if I try it. Okay. Cops are using rubber bullets against protesting construction workers in Melbourne, Australia. Government shut down the whole industry in retaliation. Yeah, it seems like Australia is just fucking collapsing right now. Like everyone is striking, everyone's refusing to work. It's a shit show down there.
Yeah, it's COPIUM to say this, but at least you're not in Australia.
Yep. Yeah. The Shambler. Is it just me, or does it feel like the right is warming up and not in a good way? I fear when the paradigm shifts, we may have some witch hunts for Kabbalists, not related to Ursula, that don't exist. I say that as a nationalist. Yes. Every political persuasion is capable of going too far. People think that, like, people have become desensitized to rightist lunacy because we've had a decade of leftist lunacy. But man, back in the 90s, it was the rightists, and I want them just as little as I want the leftists.
Remember what all the people would say? Grand Theft Auto was going to get kids to, like, worship Satan and all that stuff.
Yep. Fucking stupid. Gabriel, losing about 5K in rifles as a result of this election. And a renewed Bill C-21 will force me to leave town if I want to keep my pistols. Many black pills for me tonight. Hope you're well, and hi, Lilith.
Hey, and I'm sorry about that. I wish you best luck on moving.
Trudeau's coming for the guns. It's so stupid. Honestly, I would just say that you lost him. Keep him somewhere safe. Sorry, guys. They broke. Oh, well, don't have them.
Voting accent.
Yeah.
They belonged with the bass fishes now.
Mm-hmm. Jin Hong Liang says, did you miss my super chat? Go find it. It's $10. I will give it a quick try afterwards, okay? The Real Holtzinator. Have some more money, and thanks for making my life better. You're doing a good job. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Here. Okay, guys, no more super chats, all right? Don't make me keep doing this. I appreciate the money, but we're done, okay? Generic says we're not Australia. True enough. The Shambler also says that we missed his super chat. I think we just read it though. I think we just read his super chat.
Yeah, you just did.
Yeah. Oh, Jin Hong Yang redid it. Oh, I'm sorry, dude, but thank you. The left seems to define what is and isn't bigoted by what they think a raging racist uses as talking points. I don't know why this isn't brought up as a point against them. Yeah, they seem to like, I don't know, man.
They do get to define the premises, don't they?
They do. But also they define it in such a way that never includes them, even though they're very clearly, obviously fucking racist. Like, fuck. The fucking, that clip of Vosh on like the Nicki Minaj fan group, whatever, and they all lay into him for saying racist stuff, and he's like, I didn't say that. And then somebody put together like a supercut where it like cuts to him saying the exact thing he said he didn't say. He said something like, all black women speak the same, and it's like, holy shit. Oh my god.
He hams things up for comedic values, and yes, they do get clipped. And, yeah. I remember him saying stuff like, I don't know, about like trans people. And it's like,
Yeah.
people ragged on him. I forgot what he said. Like, you're all like mentally something.
Yeah. It was like everyone who is trans is like, oh geez, dude, like what the. All right, I guess you can say certain things on the internet if you lean left than if you lean right. Fuck.
But again, it's just like, geez. Yeah.
Yeah, Hassan did it too. Fuck. Oh, they all do that shit, man. All right. Officer Buck Tud Russell. My computer crashed at work, and now all the other computers have slowed down so they can see what's happening. That's kind of funny. Real Holtznader. Build the Dyson Sphere. Sounds like a good idea. Cody Sullivan. The PPC will rise again, stronger every time. Maybe. Gabriel Rabigi says that he missed. I missed a super chat. I'm going to scroll real quick down. If you have a super chat name that I missed, just say it and I'll scroll and see. Yeah, listen. Okay. Most 99% of the pedo stuff about Vosh is false. It's clipped. All right. Just straight up. All right. The whole can more ethically to own CP. Clipped, okay? That is a clip of a video without context. It's unfair to hold that against him. The only pedo like real pedophile thing that Vosh has said is in Discord when he said that the age of consent would be lowered under socialism because of power imbalances being addressed, which is it's still pretty fucking oof. But that's the only real thing you can hold against him. Everything else just seems to be bad faith clipping of what he said in the past.
Yeah, you don't know how serious he was in that Discord thing either. Oh, I have to admit, it doesn't look good. He might be like talking about like the socialistic framework about why there's an age of consent, and but nah, it's not good look with. When you put it that way.
It's not a good fucking look. All right, I'm trying to find his name. I don't really see it down here. I'm scrolling back pretty far. I'll keep going. Yellow wave. I'm sorry, I can't find the super chat. Maybe I found Jim Hong Lang's old one. Yeah. I always seem to forget how Dev is a leftist, disappointing every. Yeah, I'm sure I am, dude. The left just fucking loves me. The thing is, I'm not a leftist, but I'm also not a rightist. That's the situation.
What did you do? You criticized. You criticized Trump a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm a liberal. I've always been a liberal. People think that, like, I've had people who think that when I say I'm a liberal. I'm actually dog whistling for something else. And it's like, no, I like liberal policies. All right, I like liberal governments. Like Trudeau calls himself a liberal. He's progressive. I'm not a progressive, but like, if you give me a classically liberal government, I'll be happy. All right. You're a filthy fence sitter and everyone hates you for it. Here's the thing. I can see more if I'm higher up. Simple as that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't find the super chat, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys, if I missed any. I apologize.
From above, from atop the fence, you could see both sides of the lawns.
Yes. Absolutely.
And what if the lawns are made of lava?
Lawns are made of lava?
Smarter to get off of the fence?
Here, I will bring back in. Liberalism prepares the stage for socialism and is inevitably subverted by it. Yeah, see, the socialists say that about liberalism and fascism. I don't buy either of it. I don't buy this, like, something must necessarily go down a slippery slope and become this thing, and it's always going to be. It's like, nah, no, I don't believe in that.
I believe like slippery slope to some extent is valid, but people often go a bit far with it, and yes,
yeah.
they say the same thing about like they say it all the time, like socialism is soft fascism or some shit.
Yeah,
or it's fascism but polite or whatever.
You mean liberalism is soft? Yeah, soft fascism. I've heard a lot of breadtubers say that. It's so stupid. It's so fucking dumb. All right. Okay. Here we go. This is the final look at the map.
I mean, you could make that argument for maybe like neoliberalism and like the current establishment liberalism, but I don't think that can be considered core liberal thought.
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I think there's still some key differences. Like, fascists were interested in autarky, and neoliberals hate autarky. They want just trade everywhere. So.
True.
But okay. Let's see here. Zoom out. A lot of these ridings are looking the same. There's more ridings that are locked in. But pretty much everybody just won their old seats back. This didn't do anything, guys. This was a meaningless election. Yep. Nothing changed. I bet you support the Vax Passport too? No, I don't. I literally said that.
You literally said you don't support the Vax Passport.
Yeah.
Throughout many, many times.
Yeah. It's so dumb. Oh God.
It's like that tweet is like, it's like you could tweet out I like pancakes, and then somebody would tweet out what the fuck do you have against waffles? No, that's a different sentence.
Autarky is the idea that you should not have to trade with anybody outside your nation, and you should be able to produce everything that you need within your borders. And autarky is generally the goal of like every like what's a good way to put this? Every socialist and fascist state, both of them, had placed autarky as a goal that they wanted to achieve. Now, market socialism does not really does not consider autarky a goal, and liberals don't consider autarky a goal either. But free trade is like the ideological opposite of autarky. So yeah, seems like a whole bunch of nothing happened tonight. I'm sorry for wasting everyone's time.
I wouldn't say it's a waste of time.
Yeah, it was fun. I really enjoyed it.
We chatted.
Yes, and it was a good time. A good time had by most. Not all.
We're sorry we criticized Trump, the Orange Man, and saying he's not perfect, but
yeah. Yep.
Joe Biden is bad. We like to reiterate. I don't know why people are surprised that you're a liberal and I'm like libertarian.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's not like a secret. Like people are like, oh, look at Lilith. She has no problem with degeneracy. But I've made no secret. I'm pretty much a degenerate as long as like innocents aren't harmed.
Yeah. There's a strain of libertarian thought that is like extremely moralistic. And they're the ones who like call libertarians like you lolbertarians, right?
Yeah, the Lobert. I mean, I don't even get how that's supposed to be offensive because it's just funny. Lobert,
Yeah.
it's funny. I call myself Lobert.
But yeah, like I've always been a liberal. You know, there are like I think like you know what I think it was.
It was someone says it was time well wasted, and
time well wasted. Here's what I think it is. Okay, Sargon started calling himself a classical liberal, and at the time he was. At this point, he's a conservative though, and he is truthful about that. He calls himself a conservative. He's very much like a yes, I'm a conservative now. It's like okay, fine. You know, your politics shift. You're honest with it. Fine. But I think what happened was people saw Sargon's classical liberal arguments and they began to associate, oh, that's what liberalism is, rather than, you know, understanding the divide between classical liberalism and neoliberalism because they're different ideologies. And so, like, then you had more right-leaning people who, as they shifted rightward, they began to think like, oh, that's what a liberal means. It's like, it means that you're actually like this ridiculous shit. And then I have so many followers especially on Twitter, who are like ANCAPs or something. And then they're surprised when I say I'm a liberal. It's like, what do you think? What do you think that meant? Like, are you actually like the left-wing caricature of yourself where they believe that like liberalism is a dog whistle for something crazy? And you actually believe that stupid shit? Like, no, I'm a liberal. That when I say I'm a liberal, I don't mean that I'm a conservative. I don't mean that I'm some kind of libertarian. I don't mean that I'm a socialist. I'm a liberal. You know, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. There we go. Okay, hold on. The conservative leader speaking right now. Eh? Let's try and find that real quick. We can watch that before we go to bed. Okay. O'Toole. What are you? Okay, hold on.
Like it?
Yep.
So I can watch?
Yep, we'll do. You have to go back a few minutes, though. You know, maybe I can watch together this one, okay?
Sure.
Since I assume this will be him. I assume this will be him. What? God damn it. No, there's an ad on Watch Together now? Fuck. Hold on. Oh my god. Skip the fucking ad. Okay. Jesus. Alright. Here. I'll drop you the link. Here. Hop in. I'll put the screen up. And I am going to try and find where...
Mr. Trudeau was hope than ever.
Yep. Conservative Party leader speaks after the Liberals win the election. Okay. Man, this is some awful butt rock, guys. Jesus, she's just tugging that kid around.
Morty, we lost the election, Morty.
Here we go.
Friends, thank you. Merci beaucoup, thank you. Well, it was after 1 in the morning when I first addressed the nation as leader of Canada's Conservatives, so it's fitting I address you late again. At the start of this pandemic, I called for a Team Canada approach to combat COVID-19. 18 months later, our nation needs that more than ever. Les Canadiens ont passé trop de nuits blanches à s'inquiéter pour la santé de leurs proches, les pertes d'emploi et l'avenir de leurs enfants. La pandémie a augmenté les petites différences entre nous. Elle a aussi aggravé la division chez les Canadiens. Malheureusement, cette élection n'a fait qu'empirer les choses. Mais je suis ici ce soir encore plus déterminé envers ce merveilleux pays.
I hate the fact that half of this shit is in French. I don't know French, dude.
Neither do I. Do I look gay to you?
Unworkable.
Don't answer that.
But tonight, Canadians did not give Mr. Trudeau the majority mandate he
Lilith, are traps gay? You gotta tell me.
In fact,
Yeah.
Canadians sent him back with another minority at the cost of $600 million and deeper divisions in our great country. Just days ago, he said he would hold yet another election within 18 months if he didn't get his way.
That's true. See, this is the thing. He's correct here. This was a loss for Trudeau because he didn't make any headway, and he burned a lot trying to do it.
Trudeau was hoping for a quick power grab. Instead, he has thrust us into what he has promised will be 18 months of perpetual campaigning. Our country is
right here
facing
too.
the most serious economic challenge since the Great Depression. Even before the pandemic led to record debt and deficits, investment and jobs were leaving Canada. Les prix continuent d'augmenter de l'essence, de l'épicerie et des logements. L'inflation à son plus haut niveau en 20 ans. Et elle continue de grimper tous les jours. Les familles ont de la difficulté à joindre les deux bouts. Mais pour relever ces défis énormes, on doit travailler ensemble. On doit continuer la lutte. For too long, we have been divided. For too long, we have seen politicians pit region against region, neighbor against neighbor. But when we are divided, Canadians get left behind. Mr. Trudeau thinks Canadians should endure 18 more months of divisive campaigning so he can try once again to get the election result he wants.
His French is awful. Yeah, guys, I know.
We need to heal the divides in Canada, not risk worsening them for selfish gains. A few months ago, I told Conservatives that our party needed the courage to change because Canada has changed. Over the past 36 days, we have demonstrated to Canadians that we have set out on a path to engage more Canadians in our Conservative movement. One that addresses the challenges of today while advancing the dreams of tomorrow. Ours is a conservatism that dwells not in the past, but learns from it to secure the future. Qu'on offre un nouveau mouvement conservateur.
Yeah, see, O'Toole has always positioned himself as, like, not a hardcore traditionalist on the Conservative side. Which, to be fair, that's true. He's not a nut job.
It is a conservatism that reveres strong communities and compassion for one another, for our environment, and for those in need at home and abroad. It is a conservatism that respects hard work and character, and the fact that millions have come to this great country for liberty and opportunity. It's a conservatism that believes reconciliation is more than a box to check. It is the very keystone of Canada reaching its potential, and it starts with clean drinking water as a basic human right still denied to Indigenous children born today.
Yeah, see, that's something that Trudeau said 6 years ago he'd fix and hasn't. There are still some places in Canada without drinking water. Like in the middle of fucking nowhere.
A conservatism that builds Canada up.
Here's the thing, guys. The PPC did not get enough votes in places where it mattered to flip seats from Liberals to Conservatives. There was no vote spoiler here.
In the months ahead, as Mr. Trudeau gears up for yet another election, we must continue this journey to welcoming more Canadians to take another look at our party. More people voted for Canada's Conservatives than any other party, and that's a strength to build on.
Oh, I guess they won the popular vote, just it was split out across various locations. That actually is pretty good.
There is more work for us to do to earn the trust of Canadians. On est le parti fondateur de ce pays et le parti de son avenir. Le Parti conservateur va battre les libéraux, mais seulement s'il continue de grandir. We have shown ourselves to have the courage to be bold and to have the courage to change. We must hold fast to that courage. We must show Canadians that we will not waver in our commitment to grow. On doit continuer de gagner la confiance des Canadiens. On a travaillé fort. On a fait des progrès.
Yeah, this seems like a nobody won scenario, you know?
For the election Justin Trudeau
Like,
wants in another 18 months.
Yeah, nobody's
Yeah.
seemed to have won big time.
And what didn't.
O'Toole is doing the best job to like spin it as he can, though. To be fair, he has some good things to say, and they are, at least they're true.
Above all, we
Yeah,
must
callback,
continue
something like
to
that.
show Canadians that whether you're black, white, brown, or from any race or creed, whether you're LGBTQ or straight, whether you are an Indigenous Canadian or came to Canada 5 weeks ago or 5 generations ago, que le français soit votre première ou deuxième langue. Whether you're doing well or barely getting by.
I can tell that's awful French. I don't even speak French. I know what good French sounds like.
You are an important part of Canada, and you have a place in the Conservative Party of Canada.
That.
Yeah, he's a very milquetoast conservative, you know? He's just very, very
I
normal.
don't have any problems with this guy.
I'm standing here tonight
But, yeah.
because of the steadfast support of my true partner, the love of my life, Rebecca. Thank you for being my rock and my safe harbor. And I'm so glad more Canadians got to know the wonderful person you are these last
The media
months.
tried to paint this guy as a Trump.
I also want to thank my children, Molly and Jack.
He's
for
he's
being
not a
my
Trump.
inspiration.
No, he's not.
It's because of you that I believe so strongly in securing Canada's future. My mother passed away when I was 9, but I know she is here tonight because I see her in my daughter Molly, who shares her name. I've been so grateful to have my second mother to guide me to this very day. I'm thankful that she and my dad,
Canadian internet
inspired
screwing up
me
there.
into public service, are here tonight. Thank you. Merci à mon excellent équipe de campagne. Merci pour votre confiance et votre engagement à servir ce grand et magnifique pays. Merci à nos incroyables candidats et à nos fantastiques bénévoles. I joined the military.
Oh God, the fucking chat describing her as a rock is fitting. Jesus.
Oh.
Jesus, guys.
I will never stop serving this great country.
Okay.
And my pride in Canada has deepened.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause this
5 weeks as I've gotten to
because
more.
I think we've probably seen enough of it at this point. Like, we know what he's saying. At this point, it's all kind of normal.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
really milquetoast, but I wish like, I mean, I don't know enough about him, but he sounded pretty normal in this one. Well,
Yep. He's a very boring politician. Let me put it that way. You know.
but he seems so nice. I don't know. Between him and Trudeau, just watching that, probably prefer him over Trudeau.
Yeah. Trudeau seems
But
like this guy doesn't seem slimy. He just seems like he's boring. Like he couldn't tell a joke to save his life. But Trudeau actually seems slimy, you know? It's like,
yeah, Trudeau's actively disgusting. Really, when you look at how he answers some questions, like I was watching a video, and he just completely dodged the question and just started virtue signaling. And it seems like a very common tactic because I watched a clip of him being asked about his blackface incident, and he immediately like pivots to like his talking points.
Yeah. Like fuck. He pivots to his talking points a lot. He never really says like anything of substance. Fuck. All right. So that seems to be the end. It is nearly 1 a.m. and I should probably go to sleep because Naomi's already gone to bed. It's about time, isn't it? So, Lilith, thanks for being here.
Thank you for inviting me.
Of course, anytime. I do appreciate it. And as I said, in the near future, we're going to set up that Dev and Lilith channel, and we're gonna start doing regular content over there. And that will be a channel that actually like helps support Lilith financially once we have the monetization up, and hopefully you can use that to springboard into your own like into your true crime stuff, and get your own channels going. You know.
Or yeah, that could be. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the final tally is this is a waste of time. Trudeau just got it all.
Trudeau won, but he farted.
Yes, Trudeau won. He got everything that he had before, and nothing
Except
else
less.
new. Yeah, except I think he might be like one seat lower in the final tally. Like nothing changed. Nothing. It was a waste. Nothing changed. Fuck, dude.
Cool. Well,
yeah.
Well, it is what it is.
It is what it is. All right, guys. We'll see you later. Good night.
Good night, everybody, and thank